Stand by. We're good.
Okay, thank you, Ben, and thank you. We're now live with the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee, and I apologize for being 4 minutes late this morning, but we are still working out some of the kinks. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence. I am the Senate Chair of the Energy Utilities and Technology Committee, and with me is my co-chair, Representative Berry, and the other members of the committee. I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves in a minute, but I just wanted to go over a few things first to update people on the schedule today. We're scheduled for 3 public hearings, and we're going to change the order a little bit this morning to accommodate legislative schedule. We're going to be doing 340 first, and then we're going to go back to the other 2 bills in the order they're presented. We're then going to break at 10:30. If we have not finished our public hearings, we'll break during the public hearings. And this allows a time for us to all get time away from having to stare at our screens during all this time, and allows Ben and Deirdre a chance to catch up on responding to their texts and emails. Then we'll be back after a 15-minute break to conclude our public hearings. We'll be going into work session, and we're estimating it's going to be about 11. And at the start of the work session, members of the committee who attended AFA yesterday will brief the committee on what happened in AFA so the rest of us can catch up with what happened. And then we'll proceed with our work session on the bill that is posted on the website. And it looks like we do have, excuse me, quite a few people testifying today as I looked over the list. So my guess is we may not be starting the work session right at 11, but we'll be going up till 12:30 today. And my intent is to stop at 12:30 and break for lunch. I don't expect we'll be coming back in this afternoon. The Senate has confirmation hearings this evening, so I'll have to leave here at 2:30 to get up to Augusta for the confirmation session. So if we have not completed that work session, we'll probably just push it off till the next time we have a work session. So with that, that's the schedule update for today, and I'll ask my co-chair, Representative Berry, to introduce himself.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be with you all, and we do have at least a couple of looks like well-attended public hearings today, so we'll try to be as efficient as possible. My name is Seth Berry. I represent House District 55, which is Bodenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec. I'm the House Chair of the committee. And one other housekeeping detail, if you are an interested party to this committee and are looking to find the link that our committee clerk sends out so that you can testify, please don't forget to look in your spam folder. There's an email that comes from noreply@zoom.us. Again, that's noreply@zoom.us. That is a very important email to allow you to come in as an attendee and be promoted to panelist so that you can speak with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll go around the virtual horseshoe, and next to the House lead, Representative Wadsworth.
Hey, good morning, everybody. My name is Nate Wadsworth. I represent House District 70, Hiram Porter, Brownfield, Freiburg, and Lovell.
Great, and then Representative Kessler.
Good morning, I'm Chris Kessler, representing District 32, which is the middle portion of South Portland and a tiny smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
Representative Grahowski.
Good morning, all. Representative Nicole Grahowski, serving House District 132, which is Ellsworth and Trenton. And thank you in advance for hearing 2 of my bills today.
Representative Ziegler.
Good morning, I'm Representative Paige Ziegler. I represent District 96, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrill, Palermo, and Searsmont. And I will be leaving at 10 to go to ENR for just a short amount of time.
Representative Carlo.
Representative Carlo from Buxton, representing District 16, which is comprised of Hollis, part of Buxton, and part of Saco. Good morning.
Morning, Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, which is the western end of the peninsula in Portland.
Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster, representing District 104, which includes the towns of Dexter, Exeter, Charleston, Stetson, and Garland.
Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Senator Vitelli.
Good morning. I'm Senator Eloise Vitelli. I represent all 10 towns in Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County.
Great. And I believe that's it. We have on our screens our clerk, Ben Freck, our analysts, Deirdre Snyder and Dan Tartikoff, who are on today. They typically put themselves in the background during public hearings, but we'll see them during work sessions. So we are, and I did have a request from the Senate President to try to hear LD 170 by 9:45 because Senator, excuse me, Bennett has another commitment. I believe he is on that as well, but maybe not. Yes, he is. So he wants to testify. So we're going to push ahead and hopefully get through all of this morning on time. But I did want to go through kind of a few rules and a few guidelines on testifying. And you'll hear me do this at the start of every public hearing. And we are updating this as we go on because we're learning things on trying to do this on Zoom. That we're just having to update our procedures as we go along. So the committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting public comment on legislation. In a moment, I've already had the committee members introduce themselves. I will ask committee members to keep their mic muted during the public hearing until I have a chance to call on them. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means anybody who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphones are unmuted. People on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. All questions of persons testifying will be made through the chair, and each person will be allowed approximately 3 minutes to speak, and then I'll turn it over to the committee for questions. Questions are only from the committee members, not anybody else in attendance on the Zoom. And then once that person has answered all the questions, they'll be removed as a panelist back to attendee status, and they won't be asked to participate again. We'll go on with other witnesses, other people willing to testify. I just want to remind people testifying, we do this for the public hearing, so everybody has a chance to get their comments in a timely fashion. You are all invited to submit additional comments to the committee, either via email or physically to the committee. They'll be posted to our website and for committee members to review. And after you've testified at the hearing, you will also have the ability to be available for our work session should we have additional questions for you after you testify. So we are going to call on the sponsors of the bill and people willing to testify in a certain fashion. For each bill being heard today, I or Representative Berry will call on the sponsor of the bill first, and then the co-sponsors to speak following that. When called upon, you will be promoted from attendee status to participant. After the presentation by sponsors and co-sponsors, I will then call upon members of the public based upon how they have pre-registered to testify. You've either pre-registered to testify for the bill, against the bill, or neither for nor against the bill, and I will go in that order. When you are called upon, please make sure that your microphone is not on mute. I will ask you to state your name, your place of residence, and the organization you're representing, if any. A reminder, you will have 3 minutes to testify, and you should have submitted, if you have written testimony, ahead of time. After you are done speaking, there'll be, and there are no more questions from committee members, you'll be returned to attendee, and we'll call upon the next person to testify. If you are not participating in any hearings or work sessions today, or testifying after on another bill, please exit the meeting and watch the remainder of the hearing on the committee's YouTube channel after you are returned to attendee status. If you need to exit the the meeting before being called upon to testify, please be aware that you may submit written testimony to the committee presenting your views on the bill. As a reminder, for future public hearings, the committee requests that those members of the public wishing to provide oral testimony, meaning you want to testify on Zoom for the committee, please register by 10 p.m. the day before the scheduled hearing. We want to ensure that everyone wishing to testify has that opportunity. And if possible, we also request that you submit any written testimony prior to the hearing. The purpose of our doing this is to try to get everything set up the evening before. Oftentimes, the hour before we get online, Ben and Deirdre and Dan and the two chairs are kind of working frantically to get everything set up for the hearing. So we don't often have time to respond to people coming in at the last minute wishing to testify. So we ask all interested parties to get this done, and this is a hard deadline, by 10 p.m. The night before. That will allow us to set things up. We're finding that in the virtual environment, it's often harder to do things than it is if we're in person, where Ben, you just physically come in the room, hand Ben 20 copies of testimony, and he'd be able to pass it out to each of the committee members and put your name on the list. It's much more difficult to do it virtually because there's many more mechanics and steps he has to go through. So I just want to reiterate that we ask all interested parties to get this done by 10 p.m. the night before the hearing. This meeting is being broadcast and recorded on YouTube. You can also be heard over the legislature's audio broadcasting system. Any testimony you submit is public and may be posted to the legislature's website. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and we will let you know when your time is going to start. And again, please keep your microphone muted until you are called upon to speak. And I'd encourage interested parties to submit written testimony, and anyone else to submit written testimony. You'll see oftentimes members of the committee have to go to other meetings. So they will be leaving the Zoom in order to present bills and other Zoom committee meetings. So they will miss your testimony. And unless you submit written testimony, they have nothing to refer back to. And the written testimony is often much more detailed than your 3 minutes. So believe it or not, the committee members actually do go through and read all this testimony for work sessions. So if you have more details than you can get in your 3 minutes, I'd encourage you to put it in the form of written testimony, which would then become part of the committee's official records. So we're about to begin our first hearing this morning.
Senator Lawrence, may I jump in real quick? I have
Sure.
a phone number in the attendee room ending in the 4 digits 6339. I need you to send me an email with your name so that we can identify you when it's your turn to speak. Thank you.
Okay, and do we have the sponsor of LD 340 in the attendee list?
She's coming in right now.
Okay, great. If you could promote her, that would be great. So the first bill we're going to hear today is an act to allow the establishment of commercial property assessed clean energy programs. It's going to be presented by Senator Sanborn, and it's LD 340. Senator Sanborn.
Good morning. Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I'm glad to be back with you virtually, and I apologize for the singing puppy in the background. I am Senator Heather Sanborn. I represent Senate District 28, which includes parts of Westbrook and parts of Portland. And I am here to reintroduce an act to allow for the establishment of commercial property assessed clean energy programs. I first introduced this legislation during the 129th legislature as LD 1748, and the committee voted it ought to pass as amended. Like many bills, however, the legislature never got a chance to vote on it because of the pandemic. In brief, Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy, or CPACE, is a program in place in 24 other states, with 3 more coming soon, to help businesses reduce their energy costs and their carbon footprints by removing key barriers to energy efficiency and renewable energy upgrades. This legislation would allow a municipality to opt into the program, and importantly, it will not require taxpayer or ratepayer funding. All of the investment dollars are private. Currently in Maine, when a business wants to install a renewable energy system, such as a solar array, or to undertake a deep energy efficiency retrofit to slash its energy consumption, the substantial upfront cost of the project often poses a significant obstacle. There are limited financing options available to business owners, typically a 5 to 7 year loan payback from a commercial bank with a down payment. And large projects often have a payback period that far exceeds this term. It might be 25 to 30 years. Moreover, many business owners are leasing their business from a landlord and may only have a 5 to 7 year lease. So doing extensive improvements on the building and paying for them all up front doesn't make any financial sense to the tenant. Further, if the responsibility of paying utility bills falls to the tenant, as it usually does in a commercial lease, the landlord typically has no incentive to invest in energy efficiency upgrades, a scenario I'm familiar with as a business owner in an energy intensive industry who does not own my own building. CPACE is a public-private partnership that addresses each of these barriers and will encourage energy efficiency investments. With the opt-in of its municipality and consent of its mortgage lender, a commercial property owner may place a special assessment on his or her property to finance energy savings improvements. If it's unpaid, the assessment becomes a lien against the property, similar to a property tax lien, and is enforceable through the foreclosure by the municipality. The security provided by this structure attracts private financing for energy savings improvements that otherwise would not be available. Importantly, the length of the financing term is tied to the useful life of the energy savings improvement, typically ranging from 15 to 30 years, and it has no down payment. And because the financing is structured as a property tax, the costs can be passed through from landlord to tenant under standard commercial lease terms and offset by reduced energy bills that the tenant would otherwise pay, resulting in a net benefit to all involved and addressing the landlord-tenant problem that usually disincentivizes these types of improvements. Efficiency Maine is envisioned as the statewide administrator of this program, providing billing and collection services, as well as quality oversight to ensure that the expected energy savings from these projects will exceed their costs. Enabling CPACE in Maine is an important step to take for the state to meet its climate change goals. It will also help our municipalities achieve their own climate change mitigation goals, which will require substantial reductions in the carbon footprint of their commercial buildings in particular. The cities of Portland and South Portland, along with others, are ready and excited to utilize this program. And importantly, it accomplishes these climate change goals while saving business owners money and without costing our taxpayers or our ratepayers anything. I would urge the committee to once again vote ought to pass on this legislation. Others will be speaking after me who can expand on what I've shared, but I would be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Great, Heather. I'll start off with the first question. Is that your dog we hear in the background?
Yes, I'm sorry. My
That's
puppy
okay.
decided that wrestling with his sister at this moment was the correct thing to do. I gave them a bone when we started the meeting, but the bones were gone before you finished the description of how the meeting would run. So then they got into it.
Well, this is a committee that loves animals, so he's most welcome, and he'll probably get all the other animals all wound up.
Probably.
Questions from the committee for Senator Sanborn? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so just as a scheduling type of overview, we have 20 people who will be testifying on this bill. If we take 3 minutes with each one, that's going to be an hour. The next one, we have 13, and the next one we have 13. So each of those should take about 40 to 45 minutes. So my guess is for the people listening in, we're probably not going to get to the work session for a good, I would say, 2.5 hours. So judge accordingly. We'll now go on to the first person, seeing no co-sponsors, the first person to speak in favor of this bill. It's Matthew Marks of AGC Maine. Matthew?
Hey, good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Matt Marks. I'm a resident of Scarborough, and I'm here today on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of Maine. I certainly want to thank Senator Sanborn for putting this bill in. I know this is our second round. We got cut short last time as we thought this bill was going to move forward. So the reason that I'm supporting CPACE and our members are excited about it is many of them have done this, the work associated with CPACE financing in other states. Some of our signatory members will speak actually today and describe sort of the projects they have seen in other parts of the country that have been successful. We'll share with you those details and the next couple speakers. If you look at the average age of the commercial buildings in Maine, there's probably no surprise that we have a lot of old commercial facilities. I think the average age, and you can see in my written testimony, was about 53 years old in the United States. I believe that to be a little bit higher here in Maine, of course, where we have some historic buildings scattered across our coast. With CPACE, this will give the tenant and the landlord the ability to do long-term financing that allows them to make the upgrades needed where we'll see more efficiency out of the facilities. And that includes not just the renewable generation opportunities, but also the HVAC systems and even water facilities that commercial property might use. One of the things that we looked at when I had the pleasure of serving on the Climate Council is the actual impact that commercial buildings and residential buildings have on carbon emissions. And as you probably know, if you read the report, it's a significant impact here in Maine. And I think one of the reasons that we can help, or one of the ways we can help change that, is to have this sort of unique financing that allows those good decisions to be made. I want to give you a couple examples. It's often, whether it be the housing market or retail or hospitality, that you may see a shorter term investment when they're trying to come into a budget cap. So if their project has cost estimates and there's a lot of budget decisions to be made, what you'll see is that they may choose a solution that has a shorter term cost that's lower, where the longer term it could cost more money. And we see that a lot with renewable generation, where the payback may be a little bit longer. The second thing is, I think it's important, and I want to be brief because I know the time's running here, is that we were able to see some changes here in the commercial lending market. I included in my testimony about the Freddie Mac multifamily program, where they've invested a significant amount of money across the country, about $78 billion, making about 803,000 units, affordable units around the country under their Green Advantage program. And they've enabled CPACE as one of those options. I think that's critical as we start to look at housing, where we're trying to make sure that the cost per unit is reasonable, so we can make sure those are affordable for all people to move into those locations. For the construction jobs focus, I will say this. One of the unique advantages of having a lending program like this is we have a pretty fickle market. It's probably no surprise. After we've come back from the Great Recession, we lost about 26% of the workforce. We're very close to being back at our top capacity again at about 30,000 construction workers. When we have an option like this to retrofit commercial property, it allows our members to work with tenants a little bit easier on scheduling. So while a lot of the work is what you consider to be a traditional bid, whether it be public or private work, this is actual work that our members can focus on. They're developing customers to go back and do retrofits when their schedule permits, which means we can keep more people in the workforce more consistently. So I'll close with that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Super, thank you.
Yep.
Super. Any questions for Matthew from the committee? I don't see any questions, so we'll go on to our next witness. The next person interested in testifying, which is Julie Rosenbach from the city of South Portland. Julie? I think you need to unmute yourself, Julie. Try again, Julie.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I have a piece of
You're all set.
technical advice.
What's that, Julie?
That's
What's
me.
that, Nicole? Go ahead.
May I give my same technical advice as yesterday?
What is that?
Oh, you weren't there yesterday. Julie, I've had this problem. If you look where your microphone icon is, that there's a little up arrow caret to the right of it, and then select a different microphone. You might try same as system or. That usually does the trick for me, but.
Okay, Julie, I'm going to ask, you're not going to lose your place. So I'll go on to the next person, and I'll ask you just to let Ben Freck know when you believe you've got the microphone issue worked out. So I'll go on to Tom Nason from Sargent Electric. Tom?
Good morning, all. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. I'm doing things good this morning. Good morning, committee members. I'm Tom Nason. I'm the Northeast Regional Manager of Commercial Industrial Electrical Construction for Sargent Electric, located in Lewiston, Maine, and a resident of Winthrop, Maine. Sargent Electric is a proud member of AGC Maine, as well as the Boston chapter of National Electrical Contractors Association, and a union contractor. We work with the International Brotherhood of Electrical 567 and 1253 here in Maine. NECA Contractors, National Electrical Contractors Association, are types of qualified construction professionals who can help commercial property owners plan and execute C-based finance energy efficiency projects. Working in the industry, we see aging facilities as well as new construction projects that could benefit from more energy efficient systems. There's an important market for C-PACE projects there, which will also allow owners to decrease their energy consumption and utility costs, increase the values of their properties, make their facilities more desirable overall. Many owners are already looking to save on their energy bills and want to make their facilities more comfortable and attractive with these upgrades, but they just don't have the money up front to get these types of projects off the ground. The opportunity to finance through C-PACE property tax mechanisms will be attractive to our customers for a variety of reasons. First, PACE financing will require little or no upfront capital, which is usually prohibitive for a company that often needs to use its available resources to grow the business. It will also allow them to repay the cost of the projects over a much longer period of time than a standard loan, lowering the annual repayment cost to a manageable level. Second, PACE financing allows commercial landlords to pass the cost of these updates to tenants through existing lease structures such as triple net lease, since the tenants themselves will recap the benefits of lower utility costs and a more efficient, desirable space. And third, since PACE loans are tied to the tax debt of the property and run with the land, property owners can be confident that if they decide to sell the property during a 10 or 20 year repayment period, the new owner will assume both the financial responsibility and energy efficiency benefits of the PACE projects. What's even better about PACE financing mechanism, we don't need to create an immense government bureaucracy to use taxpayer money to incentivize and pay for these projects. LD 340 requires no use of taxpayer funds, and CPACE financing is market driven. This bill is designed so business owners, construction professionals, and private lending institutions are the primary decision makers on the viability of a potential PACE project. Local government's role is one, to verify the project meets the appropriate energy saving standards, and to collect and remit PACE loan payments for the existing tax authorities. I'm going to go through here. I certainly hope that you'll consider to vote on LD 340 because it's good for both large and small communities throughout Maine. It will increase property values, it will decrease energy consumption, which we all know is one of Governor Mills' goals for Maine to become more carbon neutral. These programs will facilitate job opportunities for companies like Sargent Electric and others in the state of Maine, ensuring we can put Maine-based electricians, project managers, engineers, etc., to work. I've also included two case studies to my testimony, as well as it's a CPACE opportunity financing fact sheet that's pretty interesting. I just think this is very, very, yes, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, we're at the 3 minutes, so
Okay.
thank you very much, Tom.
Thank you.
And we'll look through the documents you've submitted. Are there
Very good.
questions for Tom? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to Tess Arzu. I'm hoping I pronounced your name right, Tess.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Tess.
Thank you. So my name is Alyssa Roth. I'm subbing in for my colleague Tess today. Thank you for hearing my testimony in support of LD 340. I work at a company called Greenworks Lending. We are a financier, the leading financier of CPACE projects in the country, based here in the Northeast. We have headquarters in New York, Connecticut, and DC, and are very eager to enter the marketplace in Maine. We've looked at this bill and we are very supportive of everything in it, the way it has been crafted. And thank you to Senator Sanborn for all of the attention to detail to make this an attractive product for both the real estate community and the investment community in the capital markets. I think there's been some really great testimony today. I don't want to waste anyone's time repeating points that have already been said. So I just want to touch quickly on the economic development and workforce development benefits of commercial PACE financing, especially in this post-COVID, current COVID environment. CPACE is a way to bring stabilization to the real estate community, especially in this stagnant market where access to capital has been severely limited. As it's been mentioned before, CPACE financing is structured to withstand market volatility because we have the opportunity to fund up to 25 or 30 years. So we are seeing a real need for projects that have been stalled mid-construction or have not been able to get off the ground because their capital sources have fallen through, come to CPACE in order to get those projects back up and running, get contractors back to work, get engineering firms back to work, and make the community look a little bit nicer and feel a little bit more sustainable with those projects moving forward. It's also a safety issue. This is a way to inject private capital into the community immediately. I can let you know that we have project leads in Maine that we've already vetted and are ready to fund as soon as this program is approved. And lastly, I'll just say that this is especially important to the new construction sector of the construction world. It allows borrowers to reallocate costs to pay down their existing lenders and can act as rescue capital for projects that have been stalled, have seen their costs grow and are now stalled because they don't have bridge financing to get the project back up and running. I think I'll end there, but I'm happy to take any questions anyone has from the lender perspective.
Great, thank you very much, Elizabeth. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to Rob Wood from the Nature Conservancy, Maine. Rob?
Great. Hi, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and committee members. Great to see you this morning. Rob Wood with the Nature Conservancy in Maine. I'm our Director of Government Relations and Climate Policy. And pleased to testify in support of LD 340 today. And also first just want to start out by saying big thanks to Senator Sanborn for bringing this bill forward again. So LD 340 stems from a report published by the Nature Conservancy and CEI back in 2019. We worked with a regional consultant, Vermont Energy Investment Corporation, to conduct stakeholder interviews aimed at identifying gaps in clean energy and energy efficiency policies and programs in Maine. And we identified a clear gap in financing options for energy savings projects in the commercial and industrial sector, which, as you've heard, accounts for about 20% of carbon emissions statewide and much more in some municipalities. So you've already heard quite a bit about how CPACE works. I want to stress just a few pieces of this. First, it's really important to recognize that CPACE is built on an opt-in model and can be entirely privately financed with no taxpayer or ratepayer funding. A qualifying property must be located in a municipality that has elected to adopt a CPACE ordinance. And very importantly, each project must be approved by any existing mortgage holders on the property. In addition to requiring consent from the mortgage holder, there are several other protections in place in LD 340, including strict underwriting criteria and a requirement that mortgage holders are notified if there are any delinquent CPACE assessment payments. CPACE also provides administrative flexibility for the municipality. And so it's envisioned that Efficiency Maine is a statewide administrator for this program. And we've heard directly from municipalities that they would like Efficiency Maine to be but LD 340 also allows a municipality to administer a CPACE program on its own if it chooses to do so. And lastly, I just want to, a couple of final points. I want to emphasize the track record of success throughout the country. So as Senator Sanborn mentioned, 24 states of all sizes and political orientations all across the country have CPACE programs up and running, with 3 more states currently developing programs. There have been more than 2,500 energy savings projects financed to date, which represents more than $2 billion in new climate-friendly investments in our nation's building stock, both energy efficiency and clean energy retrofits, and energy efficiency upgrades in new construction that otherwise wouldn't have taken place. And then 2 final points. CPACE has been recommended by the new State Climate Action Plan as a near-term financing option to help move forward some of the emissions reduction strategies in the building sector. And then last point I'd like to make is that in my written testimony, I've requested that the committee consider 3 minor language edits to the bill. So again, those are in my written testimony toward the end. They're not substantive changes. They would just clarify the meaning of some existing language, and one revision would revert to an earlier version of the bill language that would just simplify eventual implementation of the CPACE program. So I appreciate the committee's consideration of those 3 small edits. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Rob. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Wood. Reverting to the older version of the bill, I was not here. I was not on this committee last time through. So why was it changed before and then you want to change back? Yeah,
that's a good question. So LD 1748 last session was a CPACE bill, and then there was a committee amendment which made a bunch of really excellent and important changes. Working with Greenworks, you just heard from Alyssa Roth just before me. In reviewing the bill language, we looked back at the earlier version of the bill. There's one sentence that is highlighted in my testimony that would just make implementation easier. So essentially the revisor's office made an edit that got to a level of specificity that would require kind of additional specificity beyond that. And reverting back to a less specificity would make it easier to provide more flexibility in implementation.
Okay, thank you. Great. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I believe Julie Rosenbach from South Portland has resolved her microphone issues. And we've all been there with you before, Julie, so go right ahead.
It only happens when you can't check it beforehand. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you so much. I've called in, so I hope it sounds okay. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the EUT committee. And thank you, Senator Sanborn, for bringing this bill forward. My name is Julie Rosenbach. I'm the Sustainability Director for the City of South Portland, and I'm here today to speak in support of LD 340, the CPACE legislation. This is one of our priority bills for the City of South Portland. So as you may know, we recently completed and adopted a joint climate action and adaptation plan with the City of Portland. And through our work to develop this plan, we completed a comprehensive citywide greenhouse gas emissions inventory for both cities. And unlike the state, over 60% of our emissions in our cities come from heating and cooling and operating buildings. So in order to achieve our goal of 80% reductions by 2050 of greenhouse gases, which is in line with the state goal, we really are focusing on developing policies that guide building owners towards energy efficiency and clean energy retrofits. So a really big part of this is providing the financial tools to enable this to happen. I submitted written testimony, which you can see, and at the end of it, I included a wedge analysis of the policies and programs that we expect to take in order to achieve our greenhouse gas emissions reduction. And what you can see on there is that after the renewable energy portfolio standard, which will get us a significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions reductions, existing buildings are the next largest piece of what we are trying to reduce emissions from. And so for this reason, we fully support LD 340 because it's going to fill in a crucial gap in the energy financing for energy projects. As Senator Sanborn mentioned, there's this issue of the split incentive between the owners of the buildings and the renters of the buildings or the tenants of the buildings. And this would go a long way towards addressing that incentive and providing usable financing for clean energy retrofits that's backed by a municipal lien. So I'm going to leave my testimony there. I've also submitted written testimony. We have done a lot to move forward clean energy retrofits and energy efficiency retrofits in buildings, in municipal buildings and also in commercial and residential buildings. And this is one of our priorities because we believe it will have the biggest impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julie. Are there questions for Julie from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. And we'll now go on to Adam Cody. And Adam, if you could just let us know who you're appearing for. All it says is Portland. So I don't know if you're appearing for the city of Portland or you're appearing as yourself.
Well, thank you, Senator Lawrence. And that actually segues into perfectly what I was going to say because my testimony will be short. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Adam Cody. I'm an attorney and head of the Energy Practice Group at Drummond Woodsum. I'm here in support of LD 340, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Pellet Fuels Association. My understanding is that you'll be hearing from our Executive Director, Bill Bell, today. When I submitted that I was going to testify, I didn't think Bill was going to be available, but he will be. So I will sort of cruise through this and hopefully help you catch up a little bit on time. The Pellet Fuel Association was formed in 2008 as a nonprofit. It's comprised of Maine-based retailers, manufacturers, distributors of wood pellets and wood pellet-based products, including pellet stoves, whole house boiler systems, and other manufacturers. MPFA has been an early advocate of this legislation. The Nature Conservancy put together a sort of a conference a year or so ago, pre-COVID, got the folks from Greenworks Lending, who you've heard from, to talk through how it works. We peppered them with all sorts of questions, and that's why I think you're seeing so many folks supportive of this in the construction community, renewable energy community, the folks who do energy efficiency improvements, and of course the Maine Pellet Fuels Association is supportive as well, because one of the biggest challenges to reducing barriers for energy efficiency or renewable energy upgrades for newer existing commercial buildings is long-term financing. And this really helps to solve that problem. And there are many attractive components to this type of an option. It's done via private lending vehicle. It benefits property owners and renters. It's voluntary. So it's up to the municipalities, and importantly for this committee to know, it doesn't have a fiscal note. So for all of these reasons, and also the Maine Pellet Fuel Association supports it, because it also helps commercial properties take advantage of the benefits of our products and be able to finance those. So for all of those reasons, I hope you'll support this, and I hope you'll pay attention to our Executive Director, Bill Bell, who's been following this for many years. Thank you for your time and your opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Adam. Are there questions for the committee for Adam? Seeing none, thank you very much, Adam. And I want to apologize to Steve Weems. I accidentally jumped right over you, and I'm sure it was, I just want to assure you it wasn't personal. I had accidentally checked you off earlier. So go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. No apologies necessary. Good morning, everybody. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, other members of the committee. My name is Steve Weems, Executive Director of the Solar Energy Association of Maine. Also, an ex-commercial lender at the venerable Casco Northern Bank, which in its time was the market leader in commercial lending. So that gives me a little extra perception on this bill. The previous version of the bill had bipartisan support and has been further improved in the interim, and seems enthusiastically supports LD 340 because it does address a significant commercial financing gap in a way that's been proven to be commercially reasonable and will help Maine achieve its energy efficiency and clean energy goals. We've submitted extensive written testimony which addresses many technical points, and also has a personal story from my time at the bank, and it might explain why we think this is a great program. And we invite you to look at that. In the precious time this morning I want to focus on only 2 points. The first one is that commercial property assessed clean energy loan program is certainly not new. As you've heard, it's already been successfully implemented in 24 states, 3 more coming. We need to get on this bandwagon. It is a well-developed program with an established system of specialized lenders, business practices, oversight, and multiple layers of underwriting criteria and experience. In this case, the underwriting criteria include what's in the legislation, the oversight that the Efficiency Maine Trust would provide, and most notably, the powers and control that is afforded to existing mortgage lenders to control whether they're in the program at all, let their lenders, their customers in the program at all, and whether as banks they participate at a policy level and on any particular loan. So there are multiple controls built in, and it is a successful program already. Point 2, and probably most importantly, I want to focus on the expected and really unnecessary, in my view, opposition to this bill that is expected from banks, credit unions, and maybe the MMA. And it's unnecessary because the program is completely voluntary for any mortgage lender.
Just to let you know, Steve, we're approaching the 3 minutes.
In any case, am I out of time?
Yeah, we're at the 3 minutes.
All right, I'm sorry for that. I invite you to my testimony and look forward to being a resource on technical issues at the work session if called on. Thank you very much for this morning.
Thank you very much, Steve. We'll now go on to Julia Bassett-Schwerin, I believe it's pronounced, for the Agents for the Built Environment, which is an organization I don't think I've ever heard of. So please introduce yourself. And
Thank
let
you.
us-
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Julie Bassett-Schwerin. I live in Cape Elizabeth, and along with my colleagues, Leanne Barstoff-Nichols of Freeport, Russell DeConti from Hiram, Mark Chadbourne from Portland, and David Gulick, I'm here representing Agents for the Built Environment, which is an advocacy group. We are realtors. We're members of the Sustainability Advisory Group of the Greater Portland Board of Realtors, which is a chapter of the Maine Association of Realtors and of the National Association of Realtors, but we're not here representing them. The state of Maine, as well as the cities of Portland and South Portland, have committed to the Paris Climate Accord, and we have our work cut out for us to reduce to net zero the 39% of carbon emissions that the building sector represents in Maine. Efficiency Maine and Maine State Housing have already weatherized many buildings, but due to limited funding, we have nearly 500,000 residential and 200,000 commercial buildings left to weatherize, electrify, and connect to renewable energy. In addition, and in accordance with the recommendations of the Maine Climate Council, we must decarbonize the grid and continue to advance our building energy codes to net zero for new construction, which CPACE also supports. And on that last point, I'm happy to report that thanks to the work the state legislature did in 2019, Maine is on the verge of upgrading 2 cycles to the 2015 IECC Building Energy Code and to be the first state to ratify the IECC 2021 Building Energy Code as our stretch code. To finance clean energy, we need to create public-private mechanisms such as CPACE. And the good news is, investing in building energy efficiency is a zero-sum game. It shifts the equivalent amount of money from fossil fuel bills to loan payments, and people with money see the opportunity. To be clear, there's no tech fix for the building sector to curb its carbon emissions. Weatherization of our older building stock is custom, labor-intensive, and on-site work because that's how we built our buildings in Maine over the centuries. CPACE loans address this. They bridge the split incentive, as you've heard, between tenants who pay the fuel bills and landlords who pay for capital improvements. Also, during this session before this committee, you will consider the Maine Green Bank or Clean Energy Accelerator Bill, which will complement CPACE loans by providing loan loss reserves and other risk reduction functions. All realtors have taken a pledge to preserve both a healthful environment and the highest and best use of the land. It is evident that within our children's lifetimes, climate change puts on the chopping block our most valuable, highest income producing per square foot land that lies along our 3,500 mile coast, as well as our ability to harvest sustenance from our inland areas from farming and timber. CPACE will contribute substantially to accomplishing our net zero carbon emission goals, and we urge you to recommend passage of LD 340 again. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much, Julia. Are there questions from the committee for Julia? Seeing none, we'll now go on to William Bell from the Maine Pellet Fuels Association. Bill? We'll give him a second to get on. I believe he's joining by phone. Are you there, Bill? Oh, I think we got
Thank you,
now.
Senator Lawrence. Yeah, thank you, Senator Lawrence. I seem to have kicked myself off the video. My name is William Bell. I reside in Saco. I'm the executive director of the Maine Pellet Fuels Association. Our association is a typical trade association. We have pellet manufacturing firms in Ashland, Athens, Sanford, and Strong, and a major equipment pellet boiler assembly firm in Bethel, Maine. About a dozen years ago, when our association was established, it was also when the Maine legislature first considered CPACE legislation. At the time, the idea was well received, but also as a good idea whose time is yet to come. Now, a dozen years later, with 24 states having adopted legislation of this nature, clearly the time has come. Modern wood heating is particularly well poised to provide low carbon heating to the commercial sector. This is now for 2 reasons. These 2 reasons did not exist a year ago. but they are especially important right now. First, thanks to this committee, and thank you, Senator Vitelli, we have the Thermal Renewable Energy Credit Program kicking in. We have worked very well with the Maine PUC to get the rules in place for this, and we hope to have some very good proposals before the PUC. That is very well adopted to the commercial sector and to apartment buildings to reduce the price of pellet fuel substantially through the thermal renewable energy credits payments. Second, we have at the end of this past year, congressional passage of the so-called BTU Act, sponsored for years by Senators King and Senator Collins. That provides a 26% federal tax rebate for renewable modern wood heat, making us on the same par as solar energy and wind energy and other renewable energies. Right now, this is only for residential, but we are working hard and are confident that the BTU Act and this 26% federal income tax credit will be expanded to the commercial sector as part of the infrastructure legislation, which will come before Congress in the very near future. I thank this committee for their work done last year and for your attention today.
Thank you very much, Bill. Are there any questions from members of the committee for Mr. Bell? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to Amy Winston from Coastal Enterprises Institute. Amy? I think Amy is joining by phone too.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine, Amy.
Okay, wonderful. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the Energy, Utility, and Technology Committee. I am Amy Winston, and I live in Edgecombe in Lincoln County, and I'm testifying today on behalf of CEI. CEI is a community development financial institution whose mission is to support good jobs at environmentally sustainable enterprises and to expand economic opportunity, especially in rural and low-wealth communities. For 43 years, CEI has financed and advised small businesses and advocated for policies that support and strengthen local businesses. We annually provide advice and financing to approximately 2,000 entrepreneurs in Maine, and in 2020, we advised 3,000 businesses and individuals and loaned over $38 million to 78 businesses. In the energy and real estate sectors, CEI specializes in financing for small businesses, natural resources, and downtown community revitalization projects. Our lending in the last 3 years, we've financed 101 green and environmentally sustainable businesses, including energy projects, as well as projects in the agriculture, fisheries, and forestry industries. I plan to highlight a few points from my written testimony in order to reinforce key points that I expected to be made. I think everybody has hit on most of those points. So quickly, I wanted to follow up, as Rob Wood noted, we took a deep dive into an analysis of the what it would take to transition the Northern New England economy and Maine to clean energy, and worked with Vermont Energy Investment Corporation and TNC on that. And that report identified this tool as a top recommendation and as a needed tool to reduce energy consumption and increase efficiency in the commercial sector. Again, that works by attracting private investment, and that has been emphasized. CPACE can help achieve efficiency Maine's statutory goal to weatherize Maine businesses by 2030, which aligns with Maine Won't Wait, the climate action plan. By tying clean energy investment to the property, it addresses owner reluctance, noted as a key disincentive to make efficiency upgrades and install renewable energy systems. I think it has been noted, and we really want to hit on it, encourages the preservation of existing building stock, including historic buildings, and that strengthens, from an economic development perspective, that strengthens local businesses, creates jobs, revitalizes downtowns, and enhances quality of place in rural and limited resource communities. In this way, CPACE also directly serves the state's 10-year economic plan.
Amy,
As
just to let
noted,
you know, we're
yep.
at the 3-minute mark.
Am I hitting 3 minutes? I can close. Thank you very much for the opportunity to show up here today and to, in support of this bill.
Thank you. And any questions for Amy Winston from CEI? I do not see any. Just to let you know, it looks like on the schedule, this bill will probably take us right up to 10:30, give or take 10 minutes either way. So we'll probably complete the testimony on this bill and break before our next bill. Now we'll go on to Dana Doran of the Professional Loggers Association.
Great. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the Energy Utilities Technology Committee. I'm Dana Duran. I'm a resident of the town of Belgrade, and I'm executive director of a trade association in Augusta called the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine. We're a trade association that represents 200 logging and trucking contractors throughout the state, and we're here to testify in support of LD 340, and we want to thank Senator Sanborn and the other co-sponsors of this very important legislation for bringing this back before you. I think it's very timely that we're talking about this. In the governor's State of the Budget address on Tuesday evening, she mentioned the forest products industry as one of Maine's heritage industries and wants to do everything she can to support it. And we agree wholeheartedly, and we feel like LD 340 is a great piece of legislation that not only represents her climate council work, but also supports our industry to try to move new renewable energy projects forward, specifically wood energy. I provided testimony. There's a lot there, but I'm going to summarize most of it. Most are all aware of the impact of COVID-19 on our industry from the J Mill explosion almost a year ago, which basically idled its biomass facility of utilization of 500,000 tons of biomass. Sappi Westbrook shut down their biomass facility in December, which was another 500,000 tons, and 2 re-energy plants in Aroostook County closed within the last year and a half. So basically in the last 18 months, we've lost 2 million tons of consumption. Going back to 2011, we've lost almost 4.5 million tons. To put that in perspective, that's about 400,000 truckloads and close to 2,000 jobs that have been lost in the state. So we think this is a path forward. The history of this bill probably has a life going a lot farther back than just 2 years ago. Back in 2016, there was a biomass commission. I've provided a executive summary of that in my testimony, but one of their recommendations of the Biomass Commission in 2016 was to come up with low-cost capital and incentives for the installation of modern wood energy applications in the commercial space. And this legislation does exactly that. Secondly, I wanted to point, and it's also attached to my testimony, there was a wood energy team with the Maine Forest Service that lived from 2017 through 2019. They produced a report. I've also attached that for you. And just in 2017 alone, wood energy projects that were installed in Maine, and there are over 100 in schools, municipal buildings, and other commercial applications, saved Mainers $5.5 million in heating costs and put $6.5 million into the local economy. So the CPACE legislation before you is going to have an enormous impact, not just on propelling new projects, but also keeping money circulating in the Maine economy. And that is why it's so important to us to retain jobs in our industry and also make sure that we grow our industry and the utilization of efficient wood heat in the future. So with that, I will end my testimony. I appreciate the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You're most welcome, Dana. And again, congratulations on having great backgrounds whenever you come to testify before us. Any questions for Dana? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to our public advocate, Barry Hobbins. Barry? We'll give Barry a moment to work out his mic issues. Yep, there's Barry. For a second, now we've got him. We just need your mic on, Barry.
I think I have done it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm here on behalf of the Office of the Public Advocate. For the record, my name is Barry Hobbins, and I, in support of LD 340, this is very good legislation. I'm not going to go into great detail because I think the previous advocates have done an excellent job of putting in focus why this is an important bill. I just would give a friendly suggestion to the committee to consider, and that is to put an emergency preamble on the bill. That would allow the buildings, it would allow planning to commence immediately. It could be helpful with the building climate and the building season. As you know, the envelope is very short. So that would be my suggestion, and to consider is an emergency preamble. This bill has significant support both among the stakeholders and in the public. Thank you very much. Any questions? I'd be more than happy. I'll be at the work session if you have some questions.
Are there any questions for the committee from the committee for Barry? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to David Costello from the Natural Resources Council of Maine. David.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is David Costello. I am a Brunswick resident, and I am the Climate and Clean Energy Program Director at the Natural Resources Council of Maine. And I am testifying today in strong support of LD 340, reducing Maine's second largest source of carbon pollution, residential and commercial buildings, will require the continued tightening of appliance lighting and space and water heater system standards and the implementation of stricter building codes. It will also require the state to dramatically scale up its incentives and funding for clean energy and energy efficiency improvements and facilitate a significant increase in the availability of private financing. The establishment of commercial property assessed clean energy programs would support a marked increase in the implementation of commercial clean energy and energy efficiency projects and improvements in Maine. CPACE would enable commercially owned properties to overcome the steep upfront cost for such projects and improvements by utilizing private sector financing. This would be done through a property assessed lien on the property. Maine businesses would save more on their monthly utility bills than the cost of financing these improvements. CPACE Maine would help in reducing business costs, stimulating local economies, supporting hundreds of jobs, promoting business retention and expansion, upgrading building stock, improving property values, promoting energy conservation, strengthening resiliency, and aid Maine in achieving its vital climate and clean energy goals. Moreover, CPACE has been noted would be entirely voluntary and would not rely on taxpayer funding, making it a great way to promote more sustainable economic development in Maine and making it a win-win for all Maine businesses, communities, and residents. I would add a final point that financing and funding is the greatest challenge and opportunity to address climate change in Maine and to really advance Maine's clean energy future. For these reasons, we urge the committee to join NRCM in supporting this innovative clean energy financing instrument. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for David? Seeing none, we'll now go on to Jeff Marks from Acadia Center.
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to submit testimony on LD 340 this morning, and to Senator Sanborn for introducing this for the second time in the second year. Acadia Center, we're a nonprofit research and advocacy organization. We're incorporated out in Rockport, Maine, really committed to finding solutions for the clean energy future and solutions to the climate crisis. So we support LD 340. We're happy to pile on today to the support for the bill for all the reasons that the people before me have talked about. Energy efficiency has really been a cornerstone of effective state energy policy in Maine. We've been a leader in providing cost-effective energy efficiency solutions across all fuel types and sectors in the state. In fact, Efficiency Maine was just recognized as a national star of energy efficiency by a national trade group who really looks to the states for models on energy efficiency. But we could always do more to achieve greater energy and cost savings. And I think LD 340 provides yet another tool to reduce both energy costs and consumption in commercial buildings while reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So along with the updated and expanded building codes, wider access to weatherization improvements, and beneficial electrification and heating strategies, all of which were recommended in the Climate Action Plan. We support innovative investment strategies and financing mechanisms for energy improvements in commercial buildings, like what will be done through the CPACE legislation. In a state with really inefficient and old buildings that are dependent on fossil fuel products for heating, energy efficiency really should be part of this building improvement financing process. So it's a good time for Maine to join other states. I think it's been mentioned that several states have established CPACE programs, not just because other states are doing it, but because it works in reducing greenhouse gas emissions while saving businesses money over the life of the building. So we once again urge the committee to support LD 340. Looking forward to working with you on this and some of the other energy efficiency policy strategies that will be coming up before this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Are there questions from the committee? I don't see any. So we'll now go on to Melissa Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office. Melissa?
Great, good morning. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and members of the EUT committee. I am Melissa Winnie, Energy Policy Analyst for the Governor's Energy Office. I'd like to extend my thanks to Senator Sanborn for bringing forward this legislation, and the Governor's Energy Office testifies in support of LD 340. As others have outlined, CPACE is a tool that can finance energy efficiency and renewable energy improvements on commercial property by allowing for long-term financing at a low interest rate with no down payment. Typically, this results in immediate savings for the property owner or the tenant, as the loan repayment amount is often surpassed by the reduction in energy costs associated with the project. In order for CPACE financing to be made available, municipalities must first choose to adopt a CPACE ordinance. And this financing program would allow for energy savings improvements, which are defined in the legislation involving technologies such as renewable energy generation, electric thermal storage systems, energy storage, electric vehicle supply equipment, and other qualified high efficiency heating equipment, as well as for weatherization. Since taking office, Governor Mills has prioritized developing renewable energy generation, promoting energy efficiency, and encouraging beneficial electrification of heating and transportation. And this has been done through various policies and programs and in coordination with this committee and the legislature. The proposed CPACE program establishes financing options to help accomplish these climate and clean energy initiatives. As recognized in the Maine Climate Council's Climate Action Plan, Maine Won't Wait, financing and investments are going to be a key component to successful implementation of many of the climate and clean energy strategies outlined in the plan. The plan highlights several financing options for consideration and proposes the convening of stakeholders and finance experts to consider funding and finance solutions to support Maine's climate strategies. This effort will examine the capital needs for supporting programs such as CPACE if needed, through potential strategies such as establishing a green bank. However, the need for financing is immediate, and the proposed CPACE program can work to meet that immediate need. This legislation, in summary, is an opportunity to provide another tool for Maine businesses to reach these goals and achieve lower energy costs. CPACE can provide an option for secure financing over a longer term, making more commercial projects cash flow positive while ensuring secure investment options for capital investment. The Governor's Energy Office looks forward to working with the committee, sponsor, and other stakeholders to create or to consider any changes that might be necessary to ensure a successful CPACE program that provides another option to encourage investment in energy efficiency and renewable energy development. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Any questions for Ms. Winnie? Seeing none, thank you. That completes our testimony in favor of this bill. We'll now go to those in opposition to the bill, and the chair will recognize Kathy Kanaboris from Maine Bankers Association. Kathy?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Kathy Kanaboris, and I'm here today representing Maine Bankers. Our association recognizes that the climate change challenges facing our state, and we look forward to continuing to work with policymakers and interested parties to reach Maine's climate plan goals. However, today we must oppose LD 340 as drafted due to Maine's municipal foreclosure law. Unlike states like Connecticut, Maine's municipal foreclosure process will eliminate all subordinated mortgage holders without providing them with any excess funds obtained during the foreclosure sale. This adds an additional risk to Maine mortgage holders that is not seen in Connecticut. The added mortgage risk could increase the future cost of credit for commercial mortgage holders. Most of our members who responded to a green lending survey said they would not subordinate to a CPACE Maine loan due to the added risk. However, they did say they would consider a CPACE transaction if the risk were mitigated. Mitigating the risk of a CPACE loan could be achieved by modifying Maine's current municipal foreclosure law or establishing a reserve fund to mitigate the risk like other jurisdictions. And in my written testimony, I include examples from California and the state of Vermont. We respectfully urge the committee to review potential mitigation options for CPACE before moving forward with the bill. Again, a successful rollout of a CPACE program is contingent on the customer's mortgage holder being willing to subordinate that mortgage debt. We think offering a loss mitigation reserve fund would help more mortgage holders be willing to subordinate. Thank you for allowing me to testify today on this very important issue.
Thank you, Kathy, and it's good to see you again. I used to see you quite a bit when I chaired Insurance and Financial Services, and I hope both you and I think Ellen may have similar concerns. We'll consider coming forward with some ideas for the work session that may address some of your concerns.
Certainly. Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kanaboris, for your testimony. One quick question. I assume any lender would have the opportunity to look at a new loan in regard to the risk this bill would present and either accept or deny that. But could you briefly tell me what would happen if under someone who has a current mortgage through a lending institution who decides to make use of this new fund that we are looking at today? Thank you.
Okay, I think I understand the question is if I had a current commercial mortgage and I went to my mortgage holder to get a subordination because I want to do a CPACE, what would happen? Is that
yes?
Yes. As I go to my mortgage holder, I want a CPACE loan. I have a CPACE lender lined up, and I go to my mortgage holder. If they don't agree to subordinate the debt, I cannot move forward with the CPACE loan. I could try to refinance my mortgage with another lender that would agree to do the CPACE, but that's our concern, is trying to make it a viable option where all parties have taken limited risk in moving forward with the program.
Any follow-up, Representative Foster?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I'd ask you if you could be available for the work session, that would be great.
Certainly. Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
We'll
committee
go
members.
on to Ellen Parent from the Maine Credit Union League. Ellen?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and distinguished members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Ellen Parent. I'm a resident of Portland, and I'm the Regulatory and Legislative Advocacy Coordinator at the Maine Credit Union League. And I'm here on behalf of the League to offer testimony in opposition to LD 340. The League is the trade association for Maine's 54 credit unions and over 725,000 members statewide. A similar bill was proposed last session, and we would like to acknowledge the hard work of the bill sponsor, Senator Sanborn, and interested parties to improve the bill. While parties came together last year to make positive changes to the bill, we still find ourselves unable to support the legislation as written. The League applauds the efforts of sponsors and proponents to encourage businesses to improve their energy efficiency, and we hope that our position is not seen as opposition to green energy, but to the risk these assessments lend to financial institutions. As cooperative financial institutions, if the risk to a credit union is increased, the impact is felt by all those who borrow or deposit money there. CPA's assessments would, as previously mentioned, take precedence over any mortgage held on the building. Under Maine's unique municipal foreclosure law, the mortgage holder loses any money that has not been repaid on the mortgage and are not paid any excess funds upon the sale of the property in a municipal foreclosure. Given the small number of businesses in Maine, there's also a concern that these borrowers may not be the experienced borrowers anticipated by the legislation. This risk is heightened with the current uncertain and unpredictable state of the COVID-19 pandemic economy. In other states, the loan payments average $50,000 and are paid semi-annually with property taxes, not monthly as you would in a normal type of loan. Two types of credit enhancement measures taken in other states may improve the risks: a debt service reserve fund and a loan loss reserve. I've mentioned some of this in my written testimony, but a debt service reserve fund is a pool designed to cover a lender when borrowers are delinquent on payments. And a loan loss reserve is a pool of funds that lenders can tap into to recover portions in the event of a default. Vermont has an example of this that is subsidized by a surcharge. And we would suggest that that might be a good system to consider. CPACE is expanding around the country, and Maine should definitely find a way to adopt a similar proposal. However, Maine's unique municipal foreclosure laws will prevent proponents of CPACE from realizing the successes they see in other states. The League encourages this committee to urge interested parties to find a better path forward. While we do regret that we must testify against the bill as written, we are optimistic that there is a Maine solution that will help the environment while also reducing risks to Mainers. Thank you for allowing me to testify this morning.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, Ellen. Are there questions for Ellen? And I just asked Ellen if you could be available for the work session too.
Certainly.
And if you have any proposals to try to work out some of these problems, we'd be happy to see them in advance.
Great.
Great. So I do not see Troy Moon on from the city of Portland. We're on to neither for nor against. So I'll go directly to Michael Stoddard from the Efficiency Maine Trust. Michael.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee. My name is Michael Stoddard. I appreciate the opportunity to testify neither for nor against this legislation. We really appreciate all the work that the bill sponsor and Mr. Wood have put into this, and also the members of the banking community who I was party to conversations with earlier this year and last session. I will simply reiterate that Efficiency Maine has been, as you know, very active in offering loan products to residential customers, and we also have a small loan program for for commercial customers, small business customers, and we look forward to playing whatever role is sent our way for continued financial services and financing, in this case, to help Mainers invest in high efficiency equipment that we know we need to do in the future. So I'm happy to take any questions. We look forward to working with everyone in the work session to address some of the questions that have been raised today.
Great. Any questions for Mr. Stoddard? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll go back to, unfortunately, Elizabeth Fraser had something come up at the last minute. She was going to testify in favor, but we have Andrea Maker joining us to speak on behalf of the Maine Real Estate and Development Association. Andrea?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and the rest of the honorable members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. Thank you for the ability to come in late. We had some challenges getting to the different committees this morning. I am Andrea Maker. I am testifying today in support of LD 340 on behalf of the Maine Real Estate and Development Association, which is an association comprised of a number, over 300 organizations in Maine, really focused on real estate development and responsible ownership of real estate. This organization has been working closely over the last year with pieces of the Maine Climate Council in its efforts to understand the landscape of Maine's buildings and the real estate sector, and working on recommendations to curb greenhouse gas emissions. We have met with a number of the members, particularly in the Buildings, Infrastructure, and Housing Subcommittee, to give them feedback. What's consistent in our messaging to them and in our support of the CPACE legislation that's before you today is that in order for developers, building owners to be able to move forward with climate council changes, climate change driven changes to the buildings, having additional financing tools available to them to do that will be necessary and helpful to that effort. As this program can help commercial property developers and owners introduce energy efficient building practices into new construction, as well as funding energy efficiency improvements in Maine's older buildings, of which there are many. So for those reasons, we're looking to support this legislation again this session and hope that it can get over the finish line. And thanks very much for your attention this morning.
Thank you very, very much, Andrea. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. So I will close the public hearing on LD 340, and we'll let everybody, all the interested parties know when we are scheduling a work session. We're going to be taking our break now, and just keep in mind that we have 2 more bills. There's going to be about 40 minutes testimony on each, at least. So that's going to probably give us an hour and a half. So I'll talk with my co-chair and our analyst about the potential for the work session this morning, and we'll hopefully be able to report back to you after we come back from break. So we'll be back at 10:37 from our break, and I'll just ask you to mute yourself and stop your video stream. Thanks.
So Representative Cuddy, we are hoping that fairly soon there will be a link by date that will have public hearings heard on that date and a link to all of the testimony in one place. And we're hoping that comes live soon. We just, with so much testimony getting submitted late, we don't want to put together a PDF before the public hearing and then have, 10 or 12 more items and people working off different documents. So maybe I can do that for work sessions that they would be helpful for, maybe one like 340 with a lot of testimony. But for now, we're just going to wait and see if that link service comes live soon.
That would be great. What I've found works fairly well is you can search. I have a rule set up so that everything that comes in for testimony from EUT goes into my EUT folder, and you can search the folder by LD plus a person's name, and it does bring the testimony right up. So that's been helpful, at least trying to keep track of who's who.
Great.
But that would be a really nice thing.
On a related note, I would not hold my breath if I were you.
I stopped holding my breath in the legislature a long time ago.
Or you could hold your breath. Maybe I'll just hold my breath at some point and maybe I'll pass out. Who knows?
Actually, Scott, there are days in the legislature I do want to hold my breath for a really, really long time.
Yeah, I've just I've got it. There's a wall over to this side you can't see. That's the wall I bang my head against. It's horsehair plaster, so it's pretty giving.
I have no wall behind me at all. I just float into the abyss.
I like to think of you as being in a black box theater, and you are just getting ready to put on the Paige Ziegler one-man show in the black box theater.
I'd watch that.
Yeah.
There's no one-man show in the legislature. There's too many rules for that.
Okay, let me make sure we have enough people back live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it looks like we have people back live. I just want to remind people we are still live streaming, and I'm sure you guys know all that. Just it's okay to have casual conversations, but just remember you're on mic, and so everything is being broadcast and recorded. So we did have a chance to meet during the break, and what we determined is we'd like to go ahead with the work session today, and we will work all the way up till 1 o'clock if we can. That'll still give me a chance to get up to Augusta for the confirmation session. And the reason being is this is a bill, if you remember, it had a deadline of April 1st. Otherwise, it's an emergency measure. So we want to get it out and get it reported out. So we're now ready to go back to our public hearings. But before we do, I just want to note, we recently had the passing of 2 people who have worked in the legislative process, significantly over the years. Certainly I've been involved, George Smith, and now we learned the news of John Delahanty, who passed away a short time ago. And sometimes we think of lobbyists as not adversarial, but people we deal with on a regular basis, and they're both people I had great respect for, and I know everybody on this committee had great respect for, both of them, in the quality of their work and how they performed in the legislative process and how they brought their views forward. And they're both very, very nice people. So we're sad to hear of their passing. We'll now go on to a public hearing on LD 170, an act pertaining to transmissions lines not needed for reliability or local generation. And the chair will recognize the sponsor of the bill, Representative Grochowski. You have to unmute yourself. It's that little red button. Representative Grohowski. You've probably never done this before, so
I am unmuted. Is this working now?
it's working now.
Thank you. It's the special trick, the carrot. Look for the carrot. Well, thank you again. Thank you all for your patience with that. Good morning, fellow members of the Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. I am Nicole Grohowski, and I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton in the main house. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of LD 170, an act pertaining to transmission lines not needed for reliability or local generation. I am reintroducing this bill, which is the final majority report by this committee for LD 2097 in the 129th legislature, which was another legislative casualty of COVID-19. It seeks to improve upon the process used by the Public Utilities Commission, or PUC, to evaluate and approve any non-essential transmission lines proposed in the future. To be clear, this bill springs from observations and critiques of the New England Clean Energy Connect project process, also known as NECEC, also known as the CMP corridor, but it will not affect the existing regulatory approval for that project. Instead, in the case of a future transmission project not needed to provide reliability and supply to main customers, it would assure ratepayers a minimum benefit, preferably in the form of a rate reduction. In other words, it ensures that Maine ratepayers won't be a cheap date for future for-profit transmission lines. So why this bill, more specifically? This bill is first and foremost a good governance bill. Instead of finding flaws in the process while the process is underway, it identifies areas for improvement in advance of any future non-essential transmission line projects. I believe that this bill attracted a diverse group of co-sponsors over its 2 iterations because of the value of creating a fair and transparent process for future non-essential transmission line approvals. This type of line is new for Maine and requires us to learn from our limited experience and adapt. In the case of the CMP corridor, when parties negotiated on behalf of the state and our ratepayers, they did not have a precedent or a set standard to start their negotiations from. This made it harder for the public advocate to negotiate, and Mainers ended up being uncertain if they got a good deal and dissatisfied with the process. I believe the public advocate did well with the position he and his office were put in, but without an established minimum benefit, it was a tough position. We cannot always be assured that someone will be able to significantly increase the proposed benefits on behalf of Maine people, as Mr. Hobbins did in those negotiations. Thus, I believe it would be prudent to establish a minimum benefit that is based on a real dollar value that can be calculated by the Public Utilities Commission. Additionally, we as ratepayers in Maine could benefit from a more fair, competitive field for non-essential transmission lines. Right now, our incumbent transmission and distribution utilities have an advantage over other possible developers via their monopoly status. Namely, they have access to rights of way and significant existing infrastructure to build a project on at a subsidized cost. Yes, in the case of the NECEC project, Massachusetts was able to benefit from a competitive process. But what if there had been other Maine-based projects proposed that could have been more competitive if CMP was required to compensate ratepayers for the use of their funded assets? Now I'd like to talk a little bit about the structure of the bill. The bill begins by defining a non-essential transmission line as a line that is not constructed primarily for reliability purposes and not to serve retail customers in Maine. Before issuing a certificate of public convenience and necessity, or CPCN as it's called, for any such transmission lines proposed by a transmission and distribution utility, our PUC must determine if the line will use ratepayer funded physical assets, and then they must also determine the value of those assets, confirm that the utility will provide a minimum benefit to ratepayers of equal value, and finally establish a delivery method of said benefits with a preference toward rate reduction. Regarding the term non-essential, I will note that the previous version of this bill used the term elective, as such a line is referred to by our grid operator, ISO New England. To avoid confusion with their definition, this committee changed the term. Of course, these lines are important to someone, somewhere, for some reason, but just not directly to Maine people. A customer desiring such a line should be willing to compensate the Maine ratepayers who paid for relevant assets for the use of that infrastructure, rather than expecting a free or discounted lunch. Additionally, the bill directs the PUC to open an inquiry to identify opportunities to increase competition and cost effectiveness in the building of such lines, with consideration given to ratepayer benefits and greenhouse gas reduction goals. This portion of the bill was the result of stakeholder collaboration with the Industrial Energy Users Group and non-utility developers in particular. Since the time of this bill's drafting, the PUC has opened an inquiry into grid modernization, which may consider issues related to such transmission lines. I welcome a conversation with the Public Utilities Commission about how to ensure the goals of this section of this drafted bill are included in that inquiry, rather than asking them to conduct a separate proceeding. The bill also repeals 2 subsections of statute that were rendered irrelevant by previous statutory changes and identified by staff during the drafting process, just to explain those deletions. Nothing tricky going on there. The overall goal here is to restore the benefits of a competitive environment by removing financial advantages that an incumbent utility has. The value of assets is essentially the amount of money that a third-party developer would have to spend to build those assets. This is money that the utility does not have to spend that allows it to outcompete other developers. It is money that the ratepayers have spent on infrastructure that they are not guaranteed to be compensated for. Also, I would like to propose an amendment to the bill as drafted in order to further clarify how this bill relates to our state's plans to transition to renewable energy. I worked with our analyst on this language. It may not be exactly 100% how we will agree to it, but I would note that what I have done is sort of rephrase the definition of non-essential transmission line to include that this line must not be primarily constructed to meet the portfolio requirements established in section 3210, which is the section on renewable portfolio standards that we recently updated. If it is meeting those, if the line is being constructed to meet those portfolio requirements, then it would be outside of the definition of non-essential transmission line. I'd like to give a little context as to where this concept stands in relation to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's recent Order 1000. So while I was discussing improvements that could be made to the PUC approval process, I learned a bit about this FERC Order 1000 that I thought the committee might find interesting. According to T&D World, the July 2011 order's stated purpose was to, quote, increase regional transmission development by eliminating long-standing monopolies and create competition and incentives for innovative, cost-effective projects, end quote. It was reported that FERC asserted that, quote, enhanced transmission planning will provide a strong foundation for updating the grid to provide reliable transmission service, as well as an opportunity to achieve goals that states and local authorities have set for lower emissions, demand-side resources, and renewable energy, end quote. It is my understanding that the order shifted preference for building transmission lines from incumbent transmission and distribution utilities to any developer in order to create a more competitive process. Flexibility was given to the regional grid operators and states to improve the competitive process. Thus, this legislation seems appropriate within the federal context since it aims to remove infrastructural advantages that the incumbent utilities currently have. I'd like to give a little bit of context also regarding similar calculations made elsewhere in statute. So this section of statute deals with, the section that I'm going to talk about deals with affiliated interests of public utilities and requires the PUC consent for the utility and the interest to have contracts or arrangements. Subsection 3G of 35A, section 707, in particular, identifies that the commission should determine the value of the utilities, facilities, services, or intangibles to be used. Utilities must then charge this value to and receive it from its affiliated interest. Seems to me that this is a first step in the direction of what I'm proposing. It's not broad enough to include utility projects that do not use an affiliate, nor to explicitly provide a benefit to ratepayers. But it does show that the Public Utilities Commission is in the practice of determining the value of such assets. It's my understanding that the Office of the Public Advocate used this section of statute to negotiate benefits for Maine ratepayers, customers in the stipulation agreement of the NECEC project. So to conclude, in this bill, if an incumbent utility plans to use existing ratepayer funded assets, then the value of those assets must be returned to ratepayers, preferably through a rate reduction. This provision gives the PUC guidance that our #1 priority is reducing the bills of all customers within a utility's territory. This provision guarantees that everyone will benefit from the investments they made in infrastructure through their electricity bills. It doesn't pick winners and losers via targeted benefits, but instead ensures that everyone benefits. These are meant to be minimum benefits derived from a project. Other groups interested in negotiating for additional benefits would still be able to do so. For example, environmental groups could negotiate additional provisions to offset anticipated environmental impacts without having to compete with the priority of reducing rates. I want to thank you all for listening, hopefully attentively, to my testimony in support of LD 170. I look forward to working with you to continue to improve our process for approving future non-essential transmission lines. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Grochowski, and we know we all look forward to reading your written testimony as well.
It's exactly the same.
Exactly the same. Thank you. Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Representative Grochowski. In your testimony, you said for profit, but would a consumer-owned utility also fall under this?
So the mention of for profit is that the line is being built for profit rather than to meet the reliability needs as assessed by ISO New England. So it has nothing to do with whether the T&D is for profit or not. I was referring to the lines.
Thank you.
Anyone who owns any assets that is using them to make a profit should pay the ratepayers who fund those assets for the use of those assets, is what this bill states.
Other questions from the committee? Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Grochowski, thank you for presenting the bill. My question is about value. You've spoken this morning about the ratepayer funded assets and the value of those assets, and I'm just curious if you would entertain a little further amendment to this bill, because I'm thinking about value over and above the quote unquote ratepayer funded assets, the value of use of the public rights of way, for example, the value of eminent domain, which we allow an incumbent utility to use in developing the initial corridor, which might then be expanded for the purposes that you're envisioning here. Can you speak to those additional values?
Yes, my intention, and I think that the language incorporates this, is that holding such as a right of way that the utility already purchased would count as an asset that they were using to build this line. And so that would be lumped in with, other assets such as actual existing lines or substations. In terms of the value of being able to use eminent domain, I think that's a very hard thing to put a number on. My hope here is to create a minimum benefit that really is just a number that the public can understand, that can be negotiated from as sort of that low bar. And then I just don't know how you would quantify that in a numerical value. That would be a place to start from, but I would be interested to hear if you had ideas in the work session or before then. It might be something that if it's used, it could be part of a stipulation that might happen to consider that impact. And certainly if it was used and it had a certain dollar value that was paid for the land, then it would become part of the infrastructural asset. Does that answer the question?
we can continue
Okay.
at the work session. Thank you.
Other questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Representative Grohowski, after reviewing your written testimony and the bill, I have a question I think you can answer for me. And that is, would this bill, as I've read it, or with your amendment, have addressed, or would it address projects in the state of Maine that have been built or would be built to transmit and provide green energy to other states? For example, Kingsbury Plantation, the wind farm over there, when that was built, they cut a swath over across to Guilford, ran transmission lines for that power, and that power was to benefit the ratepayers, and they paid for it in Connecticut. So I'm wondering, it seems to me that the way the bill is, it would, those projects would fall under this, but could you answer that for me? Thank you.
Correct. Yeah. So an already existing project, you know, there wouldn't be a clawback here with this legislation, but if such a project was built after the passage of this legislation, then yes. The reason for that is that although there are, you know, we can argue there are regional and global benefits to that energy coming from Maine and going elsewhere in the ISO New England grid. And I would like to see Maine personally be an exporter of clean energy. I think it is appropriate that the ratepayers be compensated for the use of that infrastructure that's already built. So it's not meant to impede that progress, but meant to share the benefits between all parties that were involved in investing in the system.
Are you all set, Representative Foster? Other
Yes,
questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will now go on to co-sponsors of the bill. And I'm very pleased to recognize somebody I served with previously in the Senate and also a former president of the Maine Senate, Senator Rick Bennett. Rick? It's a little thing called the mute button. You have to turn it off.
That's the second time in 2 days. Apologies.
Technology is difficult for us.
I was doing so well. Since we're going back to old days, President Lawrence, Leader Barry, and members of the Committee on Energies, Utilities, and Technology. I am State Senator Rick Bennett of Oxford, and I have the honor of serving 13 towns in Oxford and Cumberland counties in the Maine Senate. I am very pleased to co-sponsor LD 170, an act pertaining to transmission lines not needed for reliability or local generation. The CMP corridor issue has exposed many derelictions and diseases in our democracy. This bill seeks to correct one. While unhappily not affecting the CMP corridor, this bill will better protect the public interest in any such future project. It does this by helping to hinder undue favor conveyed by the position of monopoly privilege held by a transmission and distribution company. A privilege often magnified, as we have seen in the CMP case, by disproportionate and pestiferous political power cultivated by decades of corruptive incumbency. We have all heard the question from our constituents on the CMP corridor. How was the package of public benefits negotiated? And is it sufficient recompense against the considerable costs and degradations the project imposes? Unfortunately, we have really nothing to which to compare the treatment of Maine people, except the similar transmission projects in New Hampshire and Vermont, whose residents, simply put, were going to get more than we are getting. Nothing currently in our law guarantees that there must be benefit to Mainers for these projects. Rather than establish legal protections, Maine people are currently left to breathe through the slender reed of vigorous and uncorrupted political leadership. Sadly, this has proven inadequate. This bill sets a standard minimum benefit, preferably in the form of a rate reduction, when a transmission and distribution utility wants, for their own profit, to use assets the ratepayers funded. In doing so, this bill would level the competitive playing field for any other developers who don't own transmission assets on which they can piggyback for no added cost. In short, This proposal does not prohibit these merchant transmission lines. It simply guarantees that Mainers will not be a cheap date for the rest of the region to fulfill its clean energy goals. I'm grateful to Representative Grochowski for bringing this bill before you. I urge your favorable consideration of LD 170 and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Senator Bennett? And Representative Berry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And as a student of literature, I just have to know if "breathe through the slender reed of uncorrupted political leadership" is your own phrase, or if you were quoting someone.
I hope that it was my own phrase, but you never know what influence might be. So if you Google it, maybe you'll find something similar. I don't know, but I did not. It popped into my head at a wee hour of the morning.
Impressive. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also want to say the use of pestiferous is the first time I've heard that in my 20 or so years in the legislature. So I want to thank you for adding another arrow to my quiver in testifying on bills.
I think you're well armed to begin with, Senator Lawrence.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Bennett. I don't see any other co-sponsors on this legislation, so we'll go to people in favor of the legislation, and I'll recognize our public advocate, Barry Hobbins. Do we have Barry on yet, Ben?
I believe it's the Honorable Tom Saviello next on the list, and he is in the room.
I'm looking at the right legislation.
Yeah, we need 170.
Oh, I apologize. I was looking at the wrong legislation. So thank you. It's former state senator who's good to recognize again and see back. And obviously one of my questions is whether or not he ever served on this committee, because if he does, we have to take a rain check on his bringing a gift. But I'll recognize Tom Saviello. Tom, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you now.
I'm pushing all the buttons. I'm not on the video yet, but I'll start that up.
It's just like back when
There
you
you go.
serve in the
I found it.
legislature, you used to push all my buttons.
Thanks. No, thanks. No, I never served on this committee. There are times people thought I did, but I didn't. So I'm sorry. You'll get no tribute from me on this one.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, President Lawrence, and Representative Barry. It's a pleasure to be in front of this committee again. It's the first time I've testified via video, and many of you I have served with in the past with great pleasure. And I'm sure you knew I was a thorn in your side then. I still maintain that project. Representative Page Ziegler, thank you for continuing the tradition of wearing the bow ties. I'm off, so I don't have mine on. I am Tom Saviello. I am a retired and recovering politician. I'm here to support LD 170, and I'm sure you all know that I am fighting the CMP New England Clean Energy Connect, and why some people ask, well, I don't believe it's a very good deal for Maine, and people have really hit on that pretty significantly. I'm sure you've heard me describe it as we're getting a whoopie pie and a cup of coffee while CMP is getting a gold mine for a non-essential transmission line. I believe this bill will ensure transmission lines will benefit people in the future that are non-essential. I'd like to not go into the great detail, but use an example of what happened with us on the corridor. We did sit down with Central Maine Power, worked on a small settlement package for up here in Franklin County. We negotiated in very good faith. We were never told the profitability of the line. And at the end of the day, the door was shut on us on that negotiation. The next thing we knew that PUC and Central Maine Power were in fact negotiating this settlement agreement. And I want to give the public advocate great credit because with his hands tied, he did the best he could do. I really personally believe we should have done better, but we were not included in the discussions. They did take some of our ideas and include them, but we were not included. This bill would ensure that the local communities, I believe, that are directly affected by this line, these kind of lines will have the ability to have a say in what the final negotiated agreement is. I also want to thank the good representative for adding the concept of greenhouse gas reduction goals into this bill because it will assure in the future those potential suppliers of that gas will be required to provide true information under oath about whether they have a greenhouse gas reduction or not. So with that, I offer my support. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all that you guys do under these crazy conditions. And I'll try to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Tom Saviello?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much for coming, Tom. We'll now go on to Adam Cody.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. You had asked this morning who I was representing as a client, and I realized that when I registered for to speak for these, that my computer self-populated and put down Portland. I'm actually not representing a client here today, although I'll explain sort of the process that I was involved as I speak. So, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Joint Standing Committee. My name's Adam Cody. I'm an attorney and head of the Energy Practice Group at Drummond Woodsum here in Portland. And I appreciate this opportunity to testify in support of LD 170. As I said, I'm not here representing a client. However, when I began work last year representing NEPCA, New England Power Generators, we were working opposed to the CMP Corridor project. And it was through the involvement in that Representative Grohosky and I started to have a series of discussions when we were learning this public benefit process, which former Senator Saviello talked about. But, you know, not to sound too pejorative, but essentially you get an offer from the developer saying, say, we'll give $10 million towards it. A bunch of folks sit in a room and then they come out and say, we'll give $100 million benefit. You know, we'll give to EV charging stations, heat pumps, broadband, we'll build a ball field, we'll do this, we'll do that. And then all of a sudden it's supposed to become a good deal. And we were sort of getting at, how do you establish a sort of a statutory baseline that can benefit all ratepayers, and particularly with the assets that are being used that they paid for when they paid their electric bill. So that's what this bill essentially attempts to do. And we spoke with several leaders in the industry, developers of merchant transmission lines, renewable energy developers, and others reviewed FERC Order 1000, and which Representative Grohosky talked about, which essentially says we'd like to even the playing field in this, because the utilities have such a incumbent benefit by virtue of the fact that they're a monopoly on the industry, and they have these lines that we paid for, and they can use them in bids. So with that, we came up and developed this bill, which I think we're pretty proud of. I want to address sort of a couple things, and because I have limited time, but basically this creates a statutory baseline. It says before you start entering that negotiation table, you need to understand that the value of what you're providing in that bill that have been bought and paid for by ratepayers, you get to give that back in the preference of a reduction in rate for ratepayers. And as Representative Grohosky said, it establishes that as a baseline so that when these super smart folks that we've all been, you know, very proud of, and I would agree, OPA Hobbins did a great job. But this essentially establishes that baseline, saying your starting point is to help ratepayers first and foremost, and then you build up from there. Secondly, it's consistent with the FERC order, as I said. And last point I'd like to make is any concern that folks have that this will affect transmission lines for renewable energy should be clarified by two things. First, if you look at the under section 4E, it says it doesn't apply to the interconnections for generators. That's typically your solar projects and your other projects. It doesn't apply to those. Secondly, the amendment that Representative Grohosky put forward regarding the RPS, you just received a briefing from the Governor's Energy Office on the need for Northern Maine lines, Nemissa connection, and Western Maine and others to reach our RPS portfolio. This just makes it clear if you're going to build those types of lines, and you'll be having that this next session, this session, it doesn't apply to those because those are being used to meet our RPS requirements from Senator Vitelli's bill from last session, which from what I understand, starting in 2025, we're going to have some hard times, you know, and we're going to need to establish some transmission in the state. So it wouldn't apply to those. Thank you for your time and attention to this, and I hope you'll join me in supporting this important bill. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much, Adam. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Cody? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we will now go to our public advocate, Barry Hobbins, for the purposes of testifying in favor of this bill. Barry?
Thank you very much, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of this distinguished committee. My name is Barry Hobbins, public advocate for Maine, and having been mentioned by many individuals, I think it's probably good to tell the rest of the story. The rest of the story is that there was no law in Maine, no law that would mandate community benefits. There was not a law. What it was a do no harm standard. That's the only standard that we saw. And the interesting part about it, there was no money on the table when we started negotiating. It took intimidation, it took threats, it took PR, stories in the newspaper to shame them to come to the table. You can ask Representative Saviello. He at least negotiated at first something for the counties that were going to be harmed by this situation. So having found out that Central Maine Power Company, in a contract with the Public Advocate's Office, which is housed in the Attorney General's office in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, agreed to a $50 million payout for low-income programs. And so obviously, I found out about it because I have some contacts in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and some contacts within the energy field. And when I found that out, it was under a protective order. 2 minutes after the protective order was lifted, you'd see a front page newspaper story the next day. I could not release it because I had information, but I can tell you that $50 million rattled a lot of people. It was the beginning. And I got no offense to them, they're honorable people, but they kind of played four-corner basketball with me. I'm an old basketball guy, but I can tell when I'm getting stalled. So finally, in the process, I was able to start the negotiations, and I said, not a penny less, not 1 penny less than $50 million. No other negotiations. That's the threshold bottom line. Now, let me tell you the good news. The good news is we got them up to, without any community benefits, $262 million. Now, we can argue whether that was a good amount, but when you start out at zero, and you had no law to back it up, just remember, read the opinion of the order from the court, order from the Public Utilities Commission. It says in the order that they would have approved it with no community benefits. Those three members, and it wasn't Chairman Bartlett at the time, we'll just say that, they were in a situation where they approved it, and they mentioned in the footnote that our stipulation only augmented, that was the word, augmented. Read the opinion. It's pretty scary. So fast forward, last session of the legislature, two years ago, there were two potential certificates of public convenience and necessity regarding water company, Maine Water. The other one was the Emera sale to NMAX. If I could just finish this, I think it's an important point. This committee, we put a bill in, and this committee found that instead of having a do no harm provision, that's what the provision was, there had to be community benefits. And that sale had $45 million in community benefits. And the only reason is because we had a retroactive clause, which they didn't want to mess with, which was somewhat questionable. And we ended up getting that money. And Representative Grahowski was instrumental in getting $5 million for low-income individuals.
Great. I'm going to have to cut you off there, and thank you. Please feel free to join the work session to provide any additional information.
Thank you very much.
We'll go on to our next individual wishing to testify. It's Sue E. And I have to try to remember this, and I believe it's LE from NRCM.
Senator Lawrence, thank you. It's Sue Ely.
Ely.
Yeah, you can remember is like really, it's really Ely. That Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, distinguished members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Sue Ely. I am the Climate and Clean Energy Policy Advocate and Staff Attorney for the Natural Resources Council of Maine. And I am pleased to testify in support of LD 170. I think that Representative Grahowski did a good job summarizing, so I won't read you my testimony, but I will just say I too was involved in the CPCN proceeding at the PUC on Central Maine Power's transmission line. And this question of what ratepayer assets were involved in their ability to bid and construct this project wasn't raised as part of the proceeding until very late in the process, and the valuation wasn't clear how it should be valued, the value of when the ratepayers acquired that asset, or how should that be quantified and valued, became an important question, just like the public advocate has said, but it wasn't public or publicly discussed, and there wasn't a clear way to identify and value and then make sure that that benefit was given back to the ratepayers. And so I think that this bill does that. I mentioned in my testimony that it might help for having a little bit of clarity around how it should be valued, like what the mechanism is, and maybe be more specific about how that gets given back to the ratepayers. But this is an important look back at what we learned and experienced without having the retroactive application. So I think it threads that needle of learning from our mistakes and trying to put a thoughtful solution forward. And so we are happy to speak in favor of that bill. And I'll just leave it there. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Ely. NRCM does a lot of work regarding land conservation as well. And, I guess I just want to open up that question to you and others testifying today as well, between now and the work session, to think about, what is the value of public lands that are crossed? What is the value of the use of public rights of way? What is the value of, assigning a private business with the ability to use eminent domain to, threaten to take people's property away, and then negotiate what might be a willing purchase, under the instead of, setting the value perhaps lower than it would have been otherwise, or forcing a sale? What is the value of being able to develop a network and then use that network, that monopoly network, as a springboard for merchant lines? I do question whether the value that ratepayers have put into the line is the only value that that should be reflected here. So I wondered if you want to comment on that, or perhaps think about it for the work session.
Thank you, Representative Berry. It might be something that I would take and think about, but I will say there's a balance here. We have a need to build transmission and distribution infrastructure. There are lots of wonderful goals that the state has put into place to develop renewable energy resources here in state, and those will require transmission and distribution infrastructure. I am appreciative of the narrower scope of this bill, but that's a great question, and I'm happy to think on it a little bit more.
Other questions for Ms. Ely? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to Kathleen, and I believe it's probably pronounced May or Meal. Kathleen?
Thank you. It's Neil. So yes, good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. My name is Kathleen Neal. I'm the Director of Policy and Partnerships at Maine Conservation Voters, and I'm very pleased to be testifying neither for nor against this morning. Really appreciate the conversation, and as Sue just said, you know, we are in this very critical moment where we need to balance the land conservation and ratepayer benefits with really our need to rapidly expand transmission infrastructure. Expanding and modernizing the electric grid is absolutely critical to meeting the decarbonization goals required by climate science and enshrined in Maine statute. And Maine Conservation Voters urges you to just ask some of those really tough questions about everything we need to think about as we make those decisions, because of course we need to meet Maine's renewable portfolio standard. Really appreciate that amendment, clarifying the intentions of a central transmission line, but do ask that question: is meeting clean energy targets in the surrounding states, the states that we share a regional grid with, is that any less essential to our climate future? We are part of a regional grid. Each state sets our own energy policies and renewable energy targets, but we do share the electrons and the benefits of clean energy. So just want to think about how designating some transmission as non-essential might affect that regional frame. Particularly because Maine does have such vast renewable energy resources and the opportunity to be a net energy exporter. So just want to make sure that there are no unintended consequences of this legislation. Very grateful for the opportunity to think about how to accelerate our transition to a cleaner, more modern and resilient electric grid. And thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kathleen. Now, there are questions from the committee for Ms. Meal. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll now go on to Jeremy Payne from the Maine Renewable Energy Association.
Morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Payne. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Renewable Energy Association. Here before you today to testify neither for nor against LD 170. Primarily, we're taking this position because as drafted, it may introduce obstacles to critically necessary transmission infrastructure that will help facilitate many important policy goals, like reducing greenhouse gases, continued progress on offshore wind, connecting northern Maine to the rest of the New England grid to enable clean energy development in Aroostook County. But the bill presents a lot of unanswered questions, and I certainly understand that Representative Grahowski's amendment, as she described it this morning, may offer many of the answers to those questions. And it's also possible the inquiry the bill envisions that the PUC will open may address some of them as well. But some of our questions just include, what is a ratepayer benefit? When do they need to be realized? Must it be equitable across all ratepayers and classes? What if a merchant developer partners on a transmission project with a Maine utility? What does primarily mean as drafted in Section 2? Could this impede our ability to become a net exporter of clean energy? I mean, we're definitely sensitive to seeing infrastructure built in Maine that creates no on and off ramps for existing and future Maine-based renewables, but just want to have a deeper understanding of whether this could potentially stand in the way of becoming an exporter. As the Governor's Energy Office's RPS report recently found, it is commonly understood that we're going to need substantial transmission investment if we are to achieve those greenhouse gas reduction goals and clean energy goals. And we just want to be sure that the efforts of this bill are clear, narrow, and as Kathleen Meal just said, does not create unintended consequences. With that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Jeremy Payne? Yes, Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Senator. Good to see you, Mr. Payne. Good to see you wearing a suit. Like it. So, Mr. Payne, if we're going to be a net exporter and we're sending power to other states, should other states be paying some of this? I mean, we're talking about investment of Maine dollars through our rates into the transmission lines, into the existing infrastructure, and then we're going to export power out of state. Shouldn't other states be paying something for that then? Shouldn't we get some benefit from that?
Potentially. I mean, I think it depends what we're expecting and how we define benefit. And so that was why I was sort of referencing it's important to understand what we want. It's great to say we want a ratepayer benefit. I think it's important to define what those benefits are. Is it a specific rate reduction? By when? For whom? How much? Does it need to be the same on year 1 as in year 20? We just need to better understand some of those details, Representative, but I think you make a fair point.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Cuddy, are you all set? Okay. Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Payne, can you speak about whether this relates, or how you see this relating to FERC Order 1000? That was brought up earlier in the hearing. As you know, FERC Order 1000 is really trying to create more competition in the development of transmission in order to encourage it. And we've heard testimony, that's a good thing. I agree with that position. So I think we all want more transmission, but we want it to be, and FERC wants it to be competitive, right? And so how do you see this bill in relation to FERC Order 1000 and its intent to create more competition in the development of transmission?
I think I'd say I'd love to take it as a homework assignment and bring it back to you for the work session. I mean, my immediate reaction is I agree. More competition is good. That will help drive the best possible solutions at the lowest possible cost. But I'd like to give it a little bit more thought and provide you with a clearer answer in time for the work session.
Thank you.
Other questions for Jeremy Payne? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go to Tony Buxton from the IECG. Tony?
Why am I not appearing before you here? Let me fix that. Here we go. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the distinguished committee. I'm Tony Buxton from Portland, representing the Industrial Energy Consumer Group, neither for nor against on this legislation, at least for now, and we'd like to explain why. IECG for newcomers was formed in 1985 to represent larger energy consumers on energy supply reliability, and as of 2019 on climate matters, when we founded our climate initiative. And I direct you to getmaineclimateright.com for some useful assistance on climate decision making. Shockingly, this legislation would appear to be about or to arise out of the dust in the battle over the CMP NECEC transmission line. Equally shocking, I have learned from the testimony of those who testified previously that despite my size, I am invisible. Our role in negotiating the NECEC settlement has not been mentioned. IECG, in fact, led those negotiations, initiated them, delighted to work hand in hand with our public advocate, who was very helpful, and to have the help of Governor Mills. But I raise that point not because I feel invisible, but because I want to point out, like the farmers' ads do, we know a thing or two about transmission and public benefits because we've seen a thing or two. I would point out initially that this bill is a good idea. There should be a bill, but this bill, despite tremendous effort by good people, is not yet at the level of complexity and sophistication to deal with the world, for example, that we dealt with when we sat down and said to Hydro-Quebec, there has to be some real benefit to Maine, and here are some ideas. And when they finally, thanks to Governor Mills, agreed to negotiate with us. This is an extraordinarily complex area of physics, law, policy, and judgment. And we encourage you to look back at what you've done before, particularly at the corridor statute, which is expired, for ideas about how you might do this more comprehensively. And for example, I think this bill, if applied to the NECEC, would produce a smaller amount of benefits to ratepayers than has the agreement negotiated by the public advocate and IECG and approved by the commission. I'm sure that's unintentional. And that's because the land in question has been held since 1980, 1985, and it's fully depreciated. And the cost of it likely would be determined to be relatively low in comparison to the benefits we got. But there is an issue here. There will be more lines. It's better if they are small, if they are bigger lines, because there will be fewer. And Maine should have a say in not only where they go and why and how, but also the benefits to ratepayers and to the public generally. And frankly, although we don't have time today, I think the benefits of the NECEC settlement are both misunderstood and inappropriately belittled. The other point I would make in our remaining time is this is yet another example of the need to go very carefully in the context of NECEC and its aftermath. We are presently the battleground, Maine, of two huge foreign corporations, Next Era, the nation's largest utility, who are, I believe, Mr. Cody's client, not necessarily in this matter, and Iberdrola, who I'm sure will speak through one of its affiliates, which is one of the larger utilities in the world. It's interesting that Spain was the victim of the Civil War, the Spanish Civil War, which was really a war managed and funded by outside interests. And that's what's happening in Maine. This battle over this line is really not a battle among Maine people. It's a battle among Goliaths funding the effort on both sides. And we need to be careful as citizens not to suffer the harms that other places like Spain suffered in its civil war. We need to create policy not about the past, but that comprehends the future of beneficial electrification when we need a lot of transmission, when no one will want it next door to their house, like mine, and I have some, and the battles will persist. IECG urges caution. We urge that you look at all the bills you have and that you look at the corridor statute that has expired, among others, and look for even better ideas than this bill to be combined and to protect the public interest. We'd be happy to work with the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. Any questions from the committee? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will only comment, Mr. Buxton, that one of the degradations we suffer in this virtual world is that were we in person, we could have you and the Honorable Mr. Hobbins stand in committee so we could size you up to answer your earlier issue. Thank you.
Well, I would just want to respond that Mr. Hobbins is far taller and far more handsome.
Any other questions or comments from the committee? Yes, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Mr. Buxton. Are you aware of any other states in the ISO region that have a similar law on their books as what's being proposed here?
Well, to be straightforward, I believe that there's already a law on the books that requires this. First of all, I disagree that we don't have a competitive circumstance. It is our opinion as a law firm that if I want to use a public utility unoccupied transmission right of way, that the PUC can force that to happen with compensation, of course, to the utility and then to its ratepayers. I think that's the law. It might be good to confirm that in a statute, but I think it's the law. Secondly, New Hampshire has an energy facility siting authority, and so does Massachusetts. But the compensation deals with the use of utility assets and what the valuation is. whether that, and this is Representative Grohowski raises a good point, is it the actual economic value or is it the book value after depreciation in a utility context? It's appropriate for Maine because we are going to be the location of a lot of transmission requests, if not lines, to look at the opportunity to be appropriately compensated. Part of that compensation is reliability and low-cost energy. For example, Governor Mills negotiated a tremendous deal where we get a lot of power if we want it off the Hydro-Quebec line at 3 mils per kilowatt hour lower than the market price. That's an enormous benefit to Maine. It's worth several $1 million a year at a minimum. There are other opportunities too, but it's not I apologize for going on, but this is important. It's not formulaic. You can't just put it in a statute and say that's enough. There needs to be a face-to-face negotiation of people invested with the public interest and the developer. And the developer may not need a permit. That's the other thing you need to worry about. Okay, there may be a permit required, but it may not be for that which you think you're permitting or you're allowing. There needs to be the kind of face-to-face negotiation we had with Hydro-Quebec by some public officials. It doesn't need to be, I hope, the IECG, but we were willing to step up. Knowing the opportunity is critical. Now, Chairman Barry has referenced FERC Order 1000, and of course there are other NEPOOL and ISO rules. None of those comprehend the proper compensation of Maine for the opportunity to use Maine to deliver power to the south or the north. There are limits on what you can do. They're federal. We can't do anything about them. But there are also ways to deal with that. And when Kurt Adams was chair of the PUC, he conceived of the corridor statute as a way to deal with that. That's why IECG recommends you look at that, because it dealt with both the compensation issue and the risk that Maine would be preempted by federal action. Sorry to go on so long, but this is important stuff. Representative Grohowski has really opened an important discussion. I just hope that we take the time to work out a fulsome answer.
It's a very interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Tony? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to Garrett Corbin of the PUC. Garrett?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the Honorable Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. The PUC testifies neither for nor against LD 170 today. And my name is Garrett Corbin, delivering this testimony on behalf of the PUC. LD 170 establishes requirements for the approval and construction by transmission distribution utilities of non-essential transmission lines, as has been discussed today, defined in the bill as a transmission line that's not being constructed primarily for reliability purposes or to serve retail customers in Maine. In addition to the approval requirements already contained in statute, what I just read is in statute. On top of that, the bill requires that approval of non-essential transmission lines provide a minimum benefit to ratepayers of equal value to the ratepayer-funded physical assets used to construct the line. And the Commission's reflection on that today is that this requirement can be reasonably implemented by the Commission, especially because it's consistent with prior Commission precedent. Section 5 of the Act, we'd note, directs the Commission to conduct an inquiry and convene a stakeholder group to examine issues regarding the development of non-essential transmission lines. Commission notes that it has limited resources and already has major proceedings initiated for renewable resource procurement, distributed resource interconnections, and grid modernization. It's also likely that the additional Commission proceedings will result from legislation during this session. So with that in mind, the Commission asked the committee to be mindful of the timing of the stakeholder processes, given existing priorities for this year, as well as the Commission's inquiry into grid modernization, docket 2021-39, which will consider non-essential transmission line issues. And just to close, I think I did hear the speaker express some willingness to discuss, which process is the best fit. And and so we're very much open to working with her to that end. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Great. Are there any questions for Mr. Corbin? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Corbin, if you could, for the work session, would you bring back information in regards to any approved projects the PUC has dealt with that are currently approved and or under construction where that the connector line has not yet been installed that provide power to other than Maine citizens or Maine ratepayers? I'd be interested to know if, number one, are there any, and number two, would the PUC think that they would then fall under this legislation? Thank you.
Okay, certainly Representative Foster will respond for the work session on that.
Other questions for Mr. Corbin? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now go on to James Cody from Versant Power. James.
Good morning, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, and members of the committee. Thank you again for having me this morning. I will be very brief in that our testimony today on behalf of Versant Power is neither for nor against this legislation. And many of the questions that we had about it have already been discovered here this morning. I think it's important to say that we agree with Representative Grochowski with sort of the spirit behind the bill, that there needs to be tangible and reasonable public benefit associated with any transmission investment. We also know from the Governor's Energy Office's recent report that getting to our climate goals, reaching those objectives, will require significant investment in transmission going forward. So we would just like to sort of reiterate that the committee take extra time to uncover what possible unintended consequences there may be through this legislation. And, you know, specifically, we look at the world in northern and eastern Maine. There's a lot of renewable development taking place in that area of the state. There's a lot of ocean development on the way. There's procurements in other states. And what we would like to relay is that while there should absolutely be a reasonable and responsible public benefit to the people of Maine and to ratepayers generally, that we also balance that and make sure that it's reasonable in a way that we can continue to reach our climate objectives without being cost prohibitive for other projects. We'd be more than happy to answer any questions and absolutely available for the work session and appreciate your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Cody? Seeing none, thank you very much, James. We'll now go on to Jim Mitchell on behalf of CMP. Jim?
Senator Lawrence, thank you very much. Senator and Representative Barry, members of the committee, Jim Mitchell, here today on behalf of Central Maine Power. Roughly a little more than 100 years ago, the legislature granted to CMP the privilege of providing electric service in a monopoly franchise territory in Central Maine. Today, the service territory of CMP actually covers more than 10,800 square miles. We serve 636,000 customers approximately and operate and maintain approximately 27,000 miles of distribution and transmission. So from a small acorn, a large oak has grown. Believe it or not, we regularly as a utility believe it our duty to seek to protect the interests of ratepayers. Indeed, over the years I've represented the company, we've regularly testified against legislation that we thought would negatively impact the interests of ratepayers, particularly on how much they might pay for their essential electric service. So that is part of our mission, to seek to protect the ratepayers' interests. And indeed, we believe Representative Grochowski is right. The interests of ratepayers should be paramount when new electric facilities are being constructed. By the way, just so that people are clear, in the negotiations led by the public advocate and joined ably and forcefully by Tony Buxton of IECG, the negotiated amount of so-called ratepayer benefit from the facilities was $60 million, and that's in the ratepayer relief fund. So there was a substantial value that was extracted on behalf of ratepayers from the negotiators to reach a stipulation so that parties would get on board that the commission ultimately approved. Nonetheless, as several other speakers have noted, there are potentially some unintended consequences to the legislation before you. Rather than just leave that phrase hanging out there without some specificity, let me try to give an example that may or may not be an unintended consequence, but at least deserves more thought. On line 7 of the bill, the non-essential transmission line is more defined by saying not, quote, not constructed primarily to provide electric reliability within the state. Well, reliability projects in an interconnected grid, as we belong to, Maine is not an island, sometimes do not traverse into the boundary of the state and may not be necessarily primarily for the customers of Maine. So a reliability project socialized by the FERC and the RTO could benefit Mainers, but only be located in Massachusetts. Would that be primarily for the benefit of the state? And would therefore this law, if it were passed, be in conflict with how the system operates today? There are a number of complexities in the permitting and regulation of transmission. It's a classic example of federalism where different roles of federal entities and state entities have an important public purpose to protect the citizenry. And so we should delve into this area very carefully indeed. I suggest respectfully, Mr. Chairman, that the committee at least consider that the fact that the PUC has recently opened a docket on grid modernization, while transmission is not specifically part of that docket, perhaps the commission could be encouraged to consider it and therefore take some of the principles that Representative Grochowski has articulated in the bill, examine them dispassionately, and then maybe come back to the committee next session with a recommendation that would be a fulsome approach to the future of merchant transmission in the state. I would point out that Mr. Payne is very, very on point. The unintended consequences could thwart the development of necessary transmission for not only substantial renewable development in the state, offshore and on land, but also will hinder our transition to beneficial electrification, and a very, very substantial investment in transmission will have to be made for us to accomplish that. With that, I conclude my remarks and appreciate even being given the opportunity to represent CMP today on this vital matter.
Thank you very much, Jim. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to Melissa Winnie from the Governor's Energy Office. Melissa?
Yes, hello again, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. My name is Melissa Winnie. I'm the Energy Policy Analyst with the Governor's Energy Office. The GEO testifies today neither for nor against LD 170. As was identified in the recent State of Maine Renewable Energy Goals Market Assessment that others have referred to, transmission is a key component of Maine's renewable energy future, particularly as the state pursues beneficial electrification of heating and transportation to meet greenhouse gas reduction targets. The state and New England region will need to generate additional renewable electricity. In order to provide that power to the grid, transmission infrastructure will be required, especially considering the amount of congestion and constraints that are currently on Maine's electric system. The proposed LD 170 would require that any T&D utility proposing the construction of a non-essential transmission line and seeking the certificate of public convenience and necessity from the PUC provide a minimum benefits ratepayers equal to the value of ratepayer funded assets used to construct the line. In order to do so, the PUC must first determine the value of the ratepayer funded physical assets. While the GEO supports the concept of ensuring adequate ratepayer benefits to development in Maine, the GEO is concerned about potential unintended consequences, as has been stated by others, of this proposal and the definition of non-essential transmission lines. To that end, we'd be interested in learning more from the PUC about how they would conduct the analysis of value of existing infrastructure and what exactly would qualify as the ratepayer funded assets for any one project, given the interconnected nature of the electricity grid. Given the consideration of some of these unknowns and what the impact of the proposed legislation may be, the GEO additionally expresses some concerns around the possibility of this legislation creating impediments to clean energy deployment in the state. It is clear that additional renewable electricity generation will be required for the state to meet its clean energy and climate goals, and therefore careful consideration should be made to understand the outcome of this proposal and recognize any impacts this may have on the ability for the state to meet its clean energy requirements. It should also be recognized, as others have stated, that Maine is part of a regional electricity grid, and with New England states also pursuing significant clean energy goals, it's important to ensure that the state continues to allow for the opportunity for regional collaboration in meeting those goals and does not, perhaps unintentionally, hinder that ability. We appreciate the attention to transmission development and careful consideration of ratepayer benefits. As stated previously, the GEO understands that transmission is a key component of renewable electricity generation and generally supports pursuing policies related to careful consideration of development and considering ratepayer impacts. And with that, thank you for your consideration and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Winnie. I'll ask the committee if there are any questions for Ms. Winnie. Seeing none, thank you very much. And I believe we have just one more person to speak neither for nor against on this legislation, and that is Sean Mahoney of the Conservation Law Foundation. Sean?
Good morning, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and members of the committee. Thank you, and it's good to be here to talk about LD 170. I would echo comments made prior, lauding Representative Grohowski for introducing the legislation again, and noting we appreciate and in fact agree with the intent behind the legislation. I won't repeat the concerns laid out in my written comments, as well as laid out by Mr. Payne and Mr. Buxton and Ms. Mealy and Ms. Winnie just now. I would make, I guess, 3 points. First, or requests. First, I'd urge the committee to consider how this bill comports with the December 2019 report on energy storage, the January 20 report on transmission constraints, and the report that just came out of the GEO, which Ms. Winnie just talked about with respect to renewable energy market. Second, I would note it with respect to the issue of FERC Order 1000 and the regional grid and ISO New England. As you all know, and I think as Mr. Mitchell just talked about, in some cases, costs of the grid are socialized across the various states. So for reliability projects, you've got the cost of those projects will be socialized across ratepayers in the region. So for example, the MPRP project, which was a $1.4 billion project, largely constructed here in the state of Maine, was socialized so that Maine ratepayers only covered 8% of those costs. 92% of those costs were allocated across the region, in part because ISO New England emphasizes reliability. It may, one of the things that we would like to see and that FERC Order 1000 asked for was that the RTOs start to embrace other policy considerations that the states have, including their clean energy goals. So it's clear that the transmission planning, design, and financing process needs to be rethought and restructured as we go forward with decarbonizing our grid. And one of those may be that we introduce the ability to socialize the costs to bring clean energy that might be generated here in Maine, but destined for markets outside our borders. And I would urge for there to be some consideration of that as well by the committee. Finally, I just note that, with respect to the regional transmission and generation, interdependence will be a key to a just transition to a clean energy future. We can't risk isolating ourselves. And one of the unintended consequences I think we all want to avoid is somehow balkanizing things so that Maine does become an island as opposed to being part of the regional grid. And we've just seen quite starkly.
We're at the 3-minute mark. Sure. If you could just wrap up.
we've seen quite starkly what happened in Texas, and we certainly don't want to see that happen in the state of Maine. So I appreciate the bill, and we look forward to working on it with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With no other people to testify on this bill, I'll declare the hearing closed. So we now have our final bill, and it looks like from the people signing up, it's going to be at least probably about an hour on that bill. We're approaching 12:10, and after discussing with my co-chair and our analyst, I think the best thing is going to be to break on our regular schedule for lunch and then hear the bill and do our work session after that, so we're not pressured and we're not keeping people beyond the time. But I just kind of want a show of hands of if we break for lunch and work up to about, my guess is going to be about 1:32. How many of you are available to stick with us so we have a quorum at that work session? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And unfortunately, Paige, you can't stay.
I have a work session at 1 o'clock and another committee. I don't know
Okay.
how long it'll be.
I mean, you can bounce back and forth if you want. I just want to make sure when it comes to a vote that we have at least 7 members here so we can have a vote.
I'll come back as soon as it's over.
Paige, do you think you'd be able to stick with us till about 1:30?
I could stick to 1:30. At 1:30, I have the Ledge Council meeting for emergency bill constituent.
Okay, great. So for consistency's sake, rather than start the public hearing and stop it, what I'm going to suggest is we take a very quick break for lunch, ask that it be only a half an hour. We come back at 12:40, and then we work through that bill and into our work session and finish up at that point. So I just ask you all to mute yourself and stop your videos, and we'll see you at 12:40. Ben, I'm back, and I'm just waiting till we get 7 active participants so that we can start the final public hearing. So I'd ask if you have your screen on screensaver, but you are active, that you take it off screensaver so I can tell that you're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're up to 6 now. As soon as we get our 7th, we'll begin.
Do we need to reestablish the quorum after breaks? Do we need to reestablish the quorum?
No, but I like to.
Okay.
It is my preference on a public hearing that we have enough members here, to go forward. So I just want to make sure we have 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I see Barb Wood, Paige Ziegler, and Chad Grignan. We'll just wait for one of them to appear for a couple of minutes. There's Paige. Good. So we do have 7. So we're going to start back up with our public hearings. And I just want to bring to everybody's attention that we're actually going to be staffed this afternoon by our analyst, Dan Tartikoff, who'll be joining us today. Deirdre is in her office trying to get all the work done from this morning that we created for her. So they kind of have to tag team us to keep up with all our requests. So we're now going to have a public hearing on, whoops, excuse me. Let me make sure I get the right bill.
Senator, you got my 2 additions to the testimony list for this bill, correct?
I believe so. And this bill is, what's the LD number, Ben?
347.
Okay, I have to find it in my pile of papers. I don't have the benefit of having Ben right here to put the bill right in front of me and say, here it is, Senator.
Believe it or not, I actually miss having you guys in the committee room. I know that sounds crazy, and can't believe I'm saying it, but.
I'm guessing, I believe this is one of Representative Grochowski's bill.
Correct.
So I'm just going to go to her. She can introduce it by title. So we are now going to start the public hearing. I'll call the public hearing to order on LD 347. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. Now, good afternoon, fellow members of the committee. I am still Nicole Grochowski. I represent the communities of Ellsworth and Trenton in the main house, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of LD 347, an act to facilitate Maine's climate goals by encouraging use of electric vehicles, and urge your support for this timely bill. The Maine Department of Environmental Protection provides emissions estimates of greenhouse gases from various sectors of the Maine economy. It won't surprise members of this committee that some sectors which have been able to switch to lower carbon fuels and increase their energy efficiency have been able to reduce their emissions since 1990, but others have not. DEP has recently estimated that the transportation sector accounts for 54% of Maine's greenhouse gas emissions. As emissions in other areas declined in recent decades, transportation-related emissions increased, up from 44% in 1990. Maine's transportation-related emissions are 86% from light-duty passenger cars and trucks and medium and heavy-duty trucks. LD 347 is focused on reducing emissions from those particular sources. The Maine Climate Action Plan's first transportation-related strategy is to accelerate Maine's transition to electric vehicles, or EVs. With more than 54% of emissions associated with climate change attributed to the transportation sector, there are tremendous public health, economic, and environmental benefits to pursuing aggressive EV adoption and charging access policies. This bill proposes to take a simple yet meaningful step to address emissions from Maine's most significant remaining source of greenhouse gas emissions, and it does so not by a directive, but by reducing a barrier to voluntary action. LD 347 requires that electric utilities establish alternatives to traditional demand-based electricity rates for EVs that are responsive to the new grid load caused by the increase in EV adoption. These proposals will be available to the public to review and comment upon, and would then be approved by the Public Utilities Commission before adoption. The bill is focused on alternatives to traditional demand charges to facilitate higher power charging, longer distance travel, and fleet applications for light and heavier duty EVs. A successful EV adoption strategy must allow for multiple types of charging to meet the needs of drivers, the grid, municipalities, public transit, and of course the ratepayers. Since most EV charging takes place over longer time periods at home and the workplace, these lower powered charging stations can be supported through the adoption of other alternative rate structures, such as time of use rates. So LD 347 is intended to encourage the faster, higher powered direct current fast charging or DCFC stations, which are vital components of a successful and responsible EV adoption strategy. Those DCFC, the DCFC stations increase EV driver range confidence with fast charging along highways and enables the electrification of medium and heavy duty fleets for public use, such as school buses and public transit, and also private entities such as maybe last mile delivery or transportation networking companies. However, traditional electricity rates were not designed with DCFC charging in mind and are a significant barrier to deploying these faster charging stations. Demand charges are typically based on the highest average 15 minutes of energy use in an entire monthly billing cycle. DCFC stations are used sporadically with very high energy output. Just one DCFC session can trigger high peak demand for site hosts, which can account for 90% of an operator's electricity bill, resulting in effective per kilowatt hour rates many, many times higher than what other commercial customers pay. This means that DCFC site hosts and station owners face high demand charges due to the very few peak charging sessions that could occur each month, effectively penalizing site hosts for turning on their stations. States around the country, including, let's see if I can get these acronyms all correct, California, Washington, Nevada, Arizona, Colorado, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Connecticut, Virginia, and finally Hawaii, have introduced and approved electricity rates that are designed to reflect the cost of service without penalizing DCFC site hosts and fleet operators. It is worth noting that the PUC approved one pilot project related to EV rate design that is currently being conducted by Central Maine Power. It does not require review until December 2022. I do not see a need to wait for this pilot to run its full course before acting because we can use lessons learned from all of the other states that are already tackling this issue. There are no one-size-fits-all use cases or rate designs, so it is not necessary to wait for one data point from one portion of Maine. If the pilot outcomes finds that further adjustments to the rate design are warranted, they can certainly be incorporated in the first 3-year revision the bill calls for. So establishing alternative electricity rate structures for DCFC charging is an opportunity to encourage voluntary action to help achieve Maine's climate goals and to ensure that the increased energy use with greater EV adoption works for ratepayers, municipalities, public transit, EV drivers, fleet operators, and the grid. The benefits and cost competitiveness of EVs are now well known, but range anxiety in a rural state remains a large barrier to adoption. LD 347 seeks to address this chicken and the egg scenario that we find ourselves in. Namely, people won't purchase EVs until there are enough charging options, but charging stations won't be lucrative to install until there are more EVs. So I want to conclude by saying thank you for listening to my testimony in support of LD 347. Look forward to working with you all on policy to meet Maine's carbon reduction goals in the transportation sector. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Grochowski. Are there any questions from the committee? It's like you're getting off easy. Thank you. And Representative Grochowski actually asked Ben, and I didn't text you on this, if we could put Kevin Miller in the queue, so because he's got a conflict. Is it possible to put him in?
Great. I actually just texted you about that. So I will promote him now. And I believe you can cross Mr. Hudson off the list.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. So we'll go to Kevin Miller. Kevin?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, and as well to my Representative Barry and the members of the committee. Want to thank also Rep. Grahowski for bringing up this critically important issue. I am the Director of Public Policy for ChargePoint, which is the world's leading EV charging network with thousands of independently owned charging spots around the country and hundreds in Maine. We strongly support LD 347 as a means to help Maine overcome the most significant barrier to deploying high-powered EV charging stations, which is antiquated or outdated electricity rate designs, as Representative Grahowski explained. Refueling at an EV is completely different to refueling a traditional vehicle. Even with a high-powered DC or direct current fast charging station, charging a vehicle involves providing electricity as well as parking services, and can involve different levels of energy being used spread over different periods of time. By and large, all the load from EV charging is extremely flexible, and the majority of EV charging load will take place in residential customer classes. And that charging can be incentivized to take place at times that are beneficial for the grid and actually put a downward pressure on electricity rates by exerting, putting a decreasing pressure on unit energy costs that create benefits to all ratepayers by having more charging take place off-peak. So ratepayers benefit whether they own an EV or not. However, for corridor charging to support long distance travel, to support municipal and county fleets with heavier duty vehicles, they charge with a higher power charging infrastructure. And the way that electricity rates were designed just did not have that use case in mind. So what this bill would do is an essential component of creating a sustainable process for the Public Utilities Commission to consider alternatives to this traditional rate, to understand what are the different ways in which rates can be designed to mitigate this impact. Up to 90% of electricity costs can be attributable to demand charges, and this can create unsustainable economic impacts for private operators, but as well as for public operators, as our public sector fleets are increasingly seeking to electrify. One of the things that's important to note is that there are a whole host of existing alternative electricity rates that are already in place around the country. And these can be designed by utilities to be revenue neutral, to track revenues and costs, and reduce operating cost barriers for system profiles all at the same time. Representative Grahowski identified a number of the states, but to call out a couple of specific examples of approaches that still reflect costs and are not creating a subsidy. For example, Connecticut Eversource converts demand charges into an equivalent and predictable per kilowatt hour charge. There are approaches by Madison Gas and Electric and Dominion in Virginia, where they identify a load factor or a percentage of utilization that needs to be met before a full demand charge goes into place to associate the actual impact of the C&I customer to ratepayers. So this flexible path forward for Maine would be a clear, open process. And similar legislative approaches have just been approved in Massachusetts and are being considered right now on the floor of the Senate in New York. So having a comprehensive approach that creates long-term sustainable rates and does not create short-term rebates or cost subsidies, as is currently being explored in the PUC pilots, would be a critical path forward for Maine to make sure that we're increasing equitable access to charging, we're recovering the cost to serve customers, and creating clear, transparent pricing mechanisms to incentivize more private investment in EV charging. I will conclude my remarks there, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Miller? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Miller. I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on the benefits and savings to non-adopters of electric vehicles if we did go forward in this fashion. What's been the experience in other states? How would that work?
That's a great question, and thank you very much for that, Representative Berry. I think it's really important to think about the huge range of benefits that are delivered to both users and non-users of EVs as EV adoption increases. As I mentioned, the majority of all charging, 80% to 90%, takes place either at home or at work, which in some places nowadays tends to be the same place. But the dynamic with charging a vehicle is that you charge your car when you arrive at a destination, not as a pit stop on the way there. So as a result, the majority of all charging can be defrayed to take place, either at off-peak hours or as the grid incorporates more solar. You can design rates that have charging take place and incentivized to take place during the mid-afternoon solar peak to offset duck curves. So having a flexible, shapeable load where the majority of charging takes place is critical. However, because these aren't batteries, they have batteries, but people still need to use them like cars. We need to make sure that when folks do need to take a longer distance trip and they need a charge, for 30 minutes as opposed to a few hours, that they're able to do so, and that the folks who are providing that service are able to have some predictability in what the costs are. So at most, in a fully electrified future, 25% of charging will take place at direct current fast charging for personal light duty vehicles. The majority of all charging will still create net benefits by having that flexible, shapeable load. And that can be quantified and has been in a number of different jurisdictions. And I'd be happy to follow up with the committee to point out some examples of quantified benefits to ratepayers as a result of having more EVs on the grid.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Representative Berry.
Thank you for the follow-up. I guess I'm also, I just want to ask about the way this bill presents itself is that the utilities will propose a new structure to the PUC, and the PUC will approve it with modifications or reject it. What are the different ownership models for electric vehicle charging stations, and how, what is the relationship between the utility and the owner of the charging station typically, or what are the alternatives in that regard? I'm just curious about who gets to weigh in on this proceeding besides the utilities and the PUC, or who might weigh in this process, and because we want to make sure to include all perspectives, I think, if we do go forward.
That's a great point, Representative, and I don't think that in any way there would be appetite to limit participation to just the utilities and PUC staff, though they'd be able to come up with great ideas too. But the folks who are actually operating charging stations, be they a municipal fleet manager, right, who's trying to see, can I get my garbage disposal fleet to be electric, or how do I support school bus electrification? Can I manage that appropriately? And can I predict what those costs are actually going to be? Having those folks who are directly operating stations involved in that proceeding and to have those perspectives is key and critical, because we have to understand what are the impacts on the ground. In terms of ownership, ChargePoint doesn't own the majority of the stations on our network. We do have ownership of some in Maine in connection with the Volkswagen mitigation trust funds that the Efficiency Maine Trust is overseeing. But by and large, our stations are owned by independent local customers who buy or lease stations from us, essentially, and provide those services to the public. So it could be a convenience store, it could be a municipality or another public entity. And these folks are offering, by and large, charging as an amenity, as opposed to having that be the sole revenue center. So by providing a reason for folks to come and visit the store or the town center or your multifamily residential location, you're providing a new amenity. So having a full range of stakeholders, be they the folks who are deploying the stations, the municipal fleet operators, folks from the advocacy world who are interested in ensuring that there are sustainable paths forward for investment, and anyone who's interested in seeing the lay of the land with federal infrastructure funding coming down the pike, making sure that we have appropriate rates in place in order to be competitive in Maine for ensuring that those dollars across the country can be attractive in Maine. Setting that regulatory landscape first, I think, would be a really broadly a concern of broad interest to multiple stakeholders.
Are you all set, Representative Berry? Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Miller? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we'll now go on to Barry Hobbins. And first, Barry, I wanted to apologize. At the prior hearing, I don't think I went back to you for questions to see if the committee had any questions. So if you are able to make the work session, I will go to you and see if anybody had any questions they wanted to pose to you. So we're all set, Barry. We're on LD 347.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Lawrence and Representative Berry and members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I'm Barry Hobbins, and I'm here in favor of LD 347. You might say, well, why are you involved in this? Well, I really saw something that was happening in Maine by being involved with the Governor's Climate Council. I was part of the energy working group, and I also had an educational process in negotiating EV stations and the like during the NECEC negotiations with Tony Buxton. So this particular, I've prepared remarks for you and I'll leave it at that, but this bill will help jumpstart and accelerate Maine's transition to electric vehicles. We need to start now. We can't wait 3 years or 5 years. We started talking about these EVs when I chaired the committee in the Senate and the House. We need to act now. I think the momentum is there, and I think the people are way ahead of us, policymakers. So please, I urge you to support this and use this bill as a vehicle. No pun intended.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from the committee for Mr. Hobbins? Seeing none, thank you. We'll now go on to James Cody from Versant Power.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Berry, and members of the committee. Again, I'm James Cody of Bernstein Shore, and I'm here today on behalf of Versant Power in support of LD 347. First of all, we'd like to thank Representative Grochowski for bringing this bill forward and sponsoring this legislation, and reinforce that Versant Power shares her goal of encouraging the rapid adoption of electric vehicles in a way that can advance Maine's climate objectives. To that end, as we have previously mentioned to you all, Versant Power is currently exploring opportunities to transition their fleet of vehicles to EVs to the extent possible. And of course, there are some barriers there when you get into the more commercial heavy-duty vehicles, but they are very much undertaking the responsibility of planning and developing plans to transition their own fleet. Should the committee decide to move forward with this bill, and we hope that you do, we would encourage you to examine 3 issues. The first is that the bill directs the commission to solicit a single rate proposal from each transmission and distribution utility. We believe that there are important differences that should be considered when designing rates for residential and commercial and public charging infrastructure. And in order to meet our climate goals in the rapid adoption of these electric vehicles, we're going to have to address each of those 3 sectors. So we would encourage you to look at directing the commission to look at rate designs for each of those 3 sectors. The second piece is really 2 parts, and it deals with locationality. Versant Power believes that it's critical that any rate design be proposed with specific emphasis on where the infrastructure is located, especially in regard to commercial and public charging infrastructure. Without recognizing the capabilities of the grid in certain locations, the design could inadvertently cause unintended and unnecessary costs for electric customers. So we want to be viewed as a facilitator here. We just think it's important to take that into consideration and use rate design with a specific eye towards locationality to ensure the best possible outcome for EV users and adopters and also customers alike. And then the second piece of that is additionally, we believe that it's important to account for the needs of consumers in both urban and rural Maine. As these populations in sort of all parts of our state are beginning to adopt electric vehicles, we think it's important to ensure that the benefits of electrification and transportation are spread across the entire state for all utility customers. And to that end, we would encourage you to direct the commission to place specific emphasis on not just encouraging rate design in more urban and populated areas, but also areas like our service district, which is northern and eastern Maine. Lastly, we would just like to note, and I think this touches a little bit on Representative Berry's point, that we would certainly be willing to participate in this process in the manner that the legislature directs us to. One of the things that we see in the legislation is the possibility where the utilities may develop and propose rate designs for the commission to consider, and then the commission could ultimately reject those rate designs. So, as an alternative idea, and this is food for thought, if it's more advantageous and efficient to collaborate on the front end or to open a docket where all stakeholders can participate and come up with durable policy around this front, we would certainly be amenable to doing that, and we would defer to you all. The last thing that I'll say is specifically to Representative Berry's point, we want to be collaborative in this process, and we would expect that all stakeholders would have a voice, whether it's a docket or other mechanism. And to that end, we reached out yesterday to environmental organizations, installers, and while I didn't connect, even reached out to Efficiency Maine Trust. We just think on this front, it's important to collaborate so that whatever we do is durable, effective, and has maximum benefit for our customers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to Barry Woods from Revision Energy, Inc. Barry?
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the commission. My name is Barry Woods. I'm Director of Electric Vehicle Innovation, Revision Energy, and we're here to speak in favor of Representative Grochowski's bill. I did provide some written comments, which I urge you to take a look at, and I would just spend a few moments highlighting what I think are some critical points for the committee to consider. The first is that Revision has been involved with electric vehicle-based infrastructure since 2013. I think we've done probably about 30 DC fast chargers and hundreds of level 2 chargers in commercial and workplace type venues across our 3-state territory. We're also interested in exploring owning and operating public charging infrastructure, both in the level 2 and the DC fast charge. So we've been looking at these projects, not only in terms of what kind of economic benefit they provide us on the installation side, but also in thinking about long-term, where the intersection of clean energy and clean transportation might afford a company like us, to further grow and be innovative and assist a growing customer base. So we come at this from, I think, a economic growth angle, but also we're obviously deeply concerned about the state of the environment and look at the Maine Climate Council's recommendations, which place transportation electrification as a cornerstone of the effort to reduce Maine's carbon emissions as a critical effort. So what's before this committee is a huge issue and is obviously pressing not only from a climate standpoint, but because we're starting to see alignment in terms of national policy as well as state policy in the private sector dramatically accelerate the adoption of these vehicles. And so issues present are really a predicate we need to consider carefully if we're going to meet goals that we as a state have set for our climate action, but also just to respond to what we are going to see in the market. So I think it's an extremely timely bill, and it's also a very critical moment. One of the challenges that we've seen is that demand charge issue can create a huge economic drag on developing public-private investment in charging technology. I would say most notably in the DC fast charge space, but also in terms of level 2, where you have maybe a lot of level 2s. For example, LL Bean has got 8 level 2 ports in one of their areas. And we're going to start to see much larger clusters of that level charging, which could have implications just like DC fast charging in terms of demand charges. So unless we address some of the rate design issues that we're already starting to confront, we're going to have a drag on the ability to put this necessary public infrastructure in and slow the adoption, and the visibility that the technology needs. I'd also say that
we are
it's
now at 3 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Just to let you know, Barry.
I'm sorry, Senator Lawrence, I didn't hear you. Was that 3
we
minutes?
are at 3 minutes.
Of course we are. So I think it's just important to note that it's critical to see the issue of rate design. And if you look at my remarks, the other thing I would just say to wrap up is there are a lot of issues that could be placed for the Public Utility Commission as a bundle. And I think like many states, we've seen other states provide an EV docket that addresses rate design and ownership issues and planning. So something I think for the committee to consider. Thanks for letting me go over.
Are there any questions for Barry from the committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to Kim Cook from the Mayor's Coalition. Kim?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, and members of the committee. It's my privilege to be here today in support of LD 347 on behalf of the Mayor's Coalition. And that coalition is a nonpartisan group that's formed in 2012 and currently includes the mayors of 9 main communities, including Augusta, Biddeford, Lewiston, Portland, Rockland, Saco, Sanford, South Portland, and Westbrook, with a combined population of nearly 250,000 people. You'll find a little more in my written testimony about the coalition and our goals. But we first wanted to commend Representative Grochowski for putting in this legislation as it recognizes the need to reorient our infrastructure, economy, and our daily lives away from fossil fuels and toward electrification. The coalition has made addressing and preparing for climate change one of its policy priorities this year, and plans to support a range of proposals that are before you that will lead our state forward in this regard. We're very interested in ensuring electric charging stations become more widely available throughout our communities and all around the state. We are also very interested in adding electric vehicles to our municipal fleets, but note that assistance with the additional cost to purchase EVs is needed in addition to this potential a favorable rate, essentially, for charging them. Establishing incentive rates for the installation and operation of electric vehicle charging stations would be a very welcome step as we seek to electrify our transportation sector and our municipal fleets. With that, there's a little more in our testimony that tells you about some of the communities and the efforts that they have been undergoing. We've been surveying the member communities to try to provide you all with a little bit of context and information about where some of them are. We didn't get responses from everybody yet, but please do call on us as a resource if you have questions about what municipalities have done, what they're looking to do in the future, and if I can answer any other questions, I would be happy to do so. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee for Kim? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now go on to Sean Mahoney from the Conservation Law Foundation.
Good afternoon again, members of the committee. Thank you, and we're pleased to support LD 347. And again, our thanks to Representative Grochowski for putting the legislation forward. I ate into or over my 3 minutes, so I'll try and cede some of that time back. I've provided some brief comments in support of the bill. I would just note again that in this electrification of transportation, a major beneficiary of that effort is going to be our current utilities. And I think it is, it's not just a can and should, but it's a must that they come up with a rate design to address many aspects of the beneficial electrification, including that concerning charge stations this bill addresses. So I think that goes to looking at how we're going to design the grid and what we're going to be demanding of our utilities, whether they remain investor-owned or consumer-owned. So many thanks again to Representative Grochowski for putting the bill forward, and we look forward to working on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Mahoney? I think my dog might have one.
No, I don't have any biscuits.
He gets enough during the day, believe me. Okay, thank you very much, Sean. And we'll now go on to Steve Weems from the Solar Energy Association of Maine. Steve?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I too am going to try to be a team player and beat the clock this afternoon. Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, other members of the committee. My name is Steve Weems. I'm the Executive Director of the Solar Energy Association of Maine. We support LD 347 enthusiastically and thank Representative Grochowski for bringing it forward. And especially for including the requirement that the design and evaluation of the electricity rates for this purpose take account of a range of costs and benefits. We hope that standards apply to all rate-making proceedings as well as this one. We also like 347 because it identifies the need, but it does not specify the solution, leaving the fundamental responsibility of that to the PUC and its regulatory process. And with that, I would respectfully refer you to pages 2 and 3 of our written testimony that lists some of the fine provisions of this bill that lead us to support it. And thank you for your service and the opportunity to testify.
I didn't want Skeet interrupting, so I put him on mute. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Weems? Seeing none, thank you, Steve. We are now on to Sue Ely from NRCM. Sue?
Thank you, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I come before you again this morning, Sue Ely, staff attorney at the Natural Resources Council of Maine. I'm pleased to testify in support of LD 347. I will also try to be a team player, but I have many good things to say about this bill, so I may not make it. This is a great idea. As you've heard, we have set some really necessary but ambitious goals through the Maine Climate Council's process to transition Maine's vehicle fleet over to electric vehicles. It's desperately needed. Over half of our emissions come from our transportation sector. And the Climate Council recommendation from this past December was that we should transition to getting 41,000 light duty EVs on the road by 2025 and 219,000 by 2030. This cannot happen unless we provide a safe and reliable fast charging infrastructure for people to feel comfortable to purchase and drive these cars around. It's true that more than 80% of EV charging happens overnight in people's homes, and for the most part, people's batteries are more than sufficient to do their daily driving. But there's an emotional need to know that if you had to drive extra far one day or go on a long journey through Maine, that you have the ability to charge your vehicle when you need to. And also for those folks who are doing long distance driving, our tourists, I mean, there's a number of people who do need these fast charging stations, and they need to be throughout the state. We can't let them cluster in one, the southern region of the state. We need electric vehicles to be available and viable for everybody in the state, urban, rural, north, south, east, west. As you've heard, this beneficial electrification, electrifying things that have traditionally been fueled by fossil fuels, has benefits for the customer. So if I drive my electric vehicle, I don't have to change my brake pads or do my oil changes because I don't need to do oil changes, and I can save a lot of money on my fuel. But the savings go deeper than that. Savings accrue to ratepayers, and then of course the planet through less air pollution. And of course the big barrier we're trying to get at right now is these demand charges. And as Representative Borowski pointed out, they really can tank a business model for these DC fast chargers. I would like to respectfully—
3 minutes, just to let you know, Sue.
Thank you. I'll just say we have a moment here and we cannot wait. And so I would actually like to suggest that we do some sort of demand charge break immediately while the proceeding is going forward to get a full rate design set in place. So an immediate relief on demand charges during the pendency of the fuller and more robust discussion. And I really appreciate people's comments in support of a more inclusive stakeholder process instead of responding to a utility design. So with that, thank you. A lot of this is in my testimony and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support.
Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Ely. We're now on to Brian Moran from NECSEMA.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Lawrence, Chairman Barry, and honorable members of the Joint Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology. My name is Brian Moran. I'm Government Affairs Director for the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association, which is NECSEMA. Our association represents convenience stores and gas station retailers and the businesses with which supply them. NECSEMA members own and operate more than 1,000 convenience stores in Maine, which employ over 16,000 people. We're grateful for the opportunity to testify neither for nor against today. However, we have 2 comments on the bill. One is we urge the committee to limit a transmission or utility company's ownership role in EV charging infrastructure equipment and require a more frequent evaluation of any approved incentive-based rates than once every 3 years. Today, the predominant fuels are gasoline and diesel, but as fuels and mobility choice evolves, our members' role will remain constant. This is because those roadways and street corners that we're located on will remain the busiest. Fuel choice won't change that. As a result, we will continue to meet our customers' needs, whatever their fuel choice becomes. NECSEMA members are pursuing several projects to increase our EV charging footprint in the region. These include partnership with leaders in the EV charging space, installing EV charging equipment at our retail stations, future-proofing rebuilds and new stations for EV infrastructure as the business case improves for installation of EV charging equipment. We're exploring solar power, battery storage, and other demand response measures. NECSEMA is also participating as best we can in dockets in New Hampshire and Massachusetts concerning rate design and advanced metering applications. While experts predict most EV charging will come at home or work, those scenarios don't address the needs of all drivers, such as a long distance worker and those who lack access of or control of a personal charging space, or the tens of millions of visitors each year that come to Maine. Our members have a strong interest in providing services in this emerging market, in which rate designs for publicly accessible direct current fast chargers will impact the competitive transportation fuels market. It's essential for Maine not to pick winners and losers during this transformation. This bill should be clarified to prohibit regulated utilities from unfairly using their monopolistic investment status or rate design to overpower private market participation in EV fueling infrastructure forevermore. allowing utilities to use ratepayer funds to own and operate charging infrastructure downstream of the meter would negatively impact at ratepayer expense what is currently a very competitive industry and impact the customer experience and adaptation and undercut technological innovation that is generally funded and expanded through private, not utility investment. Lastly, we would request that given the lack of data concerning the performance of base rates and the investment cost benefit, that a frequency greater than every 3 years be used to evaluate this emerging market and those rates. And that concludes my testimony, and very much appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Brian. We appreciate you coming to testify. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll continue with those testifying neither for nor against, and I will go to Garrett Corbin from the PUC. Garrett?
Good afternoon again, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, honorable members of the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. I am still Garrett Corbin, testifying neither for nor against on behalf of the Maine Public Utilities Commission on LD 347. The first paragraph of our written testimony just reviews what this bill does, and I think the committee has been appropriately briefed on that. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to our review. Starting on the second page of our testimony, of the activity of the previous legislature and the commission's activities pursuant to the law enacted on the 129th. That was an act to support electrification of certain technologies for the benefit of Maine consumers and utility systems in the environment. That's codified as Public Law 2019, Chapter 365. The Act directed the Commission to seek proposals for pilot programs to support the beneficial electrification of Maine's transportation sector. Aim of the pilot programs was to assess the differences between alternative approaches to advancing beneficial electrification technology in the transportation sector. And the Act defines beneficial electrification as electrification of technology that reduces the use of fossil fuels while providing a benefit to utilities, ratepayers, and the environment, with no harm caused to them by improving the efficiency of the electricity grid or reducing consumer costs or emissions. So on August 28th of 2019, in docket 2019-217, the Commission issued a request for proposals specified in the Act. 4 bidders responded to that RFP, and on February 25th of last year, the Commission awarded 4 pilot programs to 2 of the bidders. So that was exactly a year ago today. The Commission awarded pilot programs to CMP and the Efficiency Maine Trust relating to level 2 charging stations for electric vehicles. The CMP pilot involves the use of a make-ready solution for installation of these chargers, while the Efficiency Maine Trust pilot provides a rebate approach to these installations. The Commission also directed CMP and Efficiency Maine to provide information to potential participants about the other entities' programs so that a participant could choose between the make-ready or the rebate approach. And finally, the Commission awarded a rate design pilot program to CMP relating to the level 3 fast charging stations. The Commission also understands that these pilot programs are in their early stages of deployment. That law, again, Public Law 2019, Chapter 365, requires the Commission to complete a review of the implemented pilot programs, assessing the effectiveness of each program's elements and supporting beneficial electrification of Maine's transportation sector by December 1st of next year. The Commission would be in a better position to evaluate the benefits and costs of various types of incentives for electric vehicles following the conclusion of these pilot programs. But in the interim, we are of course happy to provide any additional information that we have available that would be of assistance to your committee. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Corbin? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll now go on to, we had 2 add-ons to the list. I believe the first one is Leslie Anderson. Leslie?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you fine.
Great. Thank you. My name is Leslie Anderson, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, and esteemed members of the committee. I'm the president of a regional alternative energy association representing the members of the propane committee, propane industry in the 6 New England states. Our membership includes numerous small companies, many family-owned companies, and most owned for several generations. Here in Maine, over 275,000 homes utilize propane, and we provide over 1,800 green jobs to the state. Propane is a recognized clean alternative fuel by EPA under the 1990 Clean Air Act, and it is essential for a backup for our ever-increasing use of the electrical grid. Using clean propane energy accelerates decarbonization, and access to clean propane ensures environmental equity. Prioritizing electric vehicles over other alternative fuels, the way that this bill does, picks winners and losers in the energy field, and it puts other clean fuels such as ours at a disadvantage. In addition, this bill seeks to incentivize the cost of electricity for these vehicles. And most electric vehicle owners are wealthy citizens living in areas that are not defined as environmental justice zones. There are a few low-income residents driving Teslas, yet these Tesla drivers would not have to pay the full cost of their vehicle's energy, and that cost would be passed on under this bill to low-income and to other state residents. It's really important, I think, to note that there are no true zero-emission energy sources. Electric batteries require heavy metals and rare earth minerals, and non-renewable heavy metals like cobalt and lithium are harmful to the environment, both when extracted and at end of life. Across the globe, there are more alternative fuels, vehicles that are powered by clean propane than electricity or any other clean energy. And we encourage Maine to follow the lead of countries across Europe and embrace our fuel in addition to electric vehicles. The transportation sector is a large source of greenhouse gas emissions, and the use of propane accelerates decarbonization. Acadia National Park, which you can see the picture behind me, is one of the best examples, I think, of propane's usage and benefits. The Acadia Park buses have to enter the island and complete routes all day long. There's no time for them to stop and recharge, and this is one of the reasons the park chose propane as the logical choice over electric. Acadia currently has the largest fleet of buses in the state, and they're a key resource for energy security should Maine ever need to mobilize during an emergency to transport citizens when there is not access to gasoline or to electricity. If needed, these buses can be refueled off of a propane residential delivery vehicle without any electricity. And they're a key consideration given the events that we've just witnessed in Texas this month, where the power grid was shut down for extended periods of time and citizens had to be transported to warming shelters. Simply put, propane vehicles improve air quality, they foster healthy communities, and they promote public welfare. Importantly, they can help the state to reach its clean energy and environmental justice goals in a cost-effective manner. And it would be short-sighted for us to focus only on electric vehicles when propane has so much to offer in the transportation realm, especially for medium and for heavy-duty vehicles. We thank you for the opportunity to submit these comments, and I ask you to strongly consider and equally incentivize propane energy and other clean energy solutions for Maine's clean transportation strategy if you are going to incentivize electricity. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Are there questions from the committee? I see Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for your testimony. I'm wondering if for the work session, if you could provide information in regards to folks who own natural gas powered vehicles that may bring them to the state of Maine. What conversion, if any, is necessary to use propane as the vehicles you mentioned do? Thank you.
Sure, and the vehicle behind me, the Ford Explorer, that's the vehicle that I drive. If you're in the Cumberland or the North Yarmouth area, you might see me around town. It's a dual fuel vehicle. It has both propane and it has gasoline that it drives on. So if I can't get to a station that has propane available to fill up, I don't run out. I have another option, but I primarily drive it utilizing propane. And the cost for an upgrade, it goes in just aftermarket on the vehicles, and the cost for a propane upgrade to the vehicles runs about $10,000 in total.
Great. Other questions from the committee? Representative Foster, did you want to follow up?
Yes, if I could, sir. My question is, other states have vehicles and private citizens who are driving vehicles that run on natural gas. So my question is, can they actually, if they were to come to the state of Maine with that vehicle, use propane? Or without any conversion, or if there is a conversion necessary, what that would be. Thank you.
Right. So that's a separate conversion for natural gas vehicles. Those are also alternative fuel vehicles. They require larger tanks than propane does because you can compress more propane. So chemically, the difference allows you to put a smaller tank into a vehicle than you would. And primarily, you'll see buses that use natural gas. And I believe there are some stations in the Portland area where you can fill up with natural gas right now. But I'm not, I can send to the committee chair also the link for all the alternative vehicle fueling locations. But one of the big barriers we face also as an alternative fuel is making sure that there is reliable locations for them. You know, it would be great if the rest areas where we're putting an electric in the state would also put in propane as an option.
Great. Other questions? Representative Barry?
Thank you for promising to send something to the committee. The easiest way to get it to us is just at through our clerk at eut@legislature.maine.gov.
Thank you. I'll forward that to you. And I did submit testimony that includes links to some of the scientific background if you have any questions about the clean viability of our product.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Leslie, could you give us the exact name of your organization?
Yes, the Propane Gas Association of New England.
Okay, great.
We're based in Epsom, New Hampshire, but I live in Cumberland.
And I know Epsom very well, living down on the New Hampshire border. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Leslie. We'll go on to Michael Stoddard. Michael, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Representative Barry, members of the committee, my name is Michael Stoddard. I'm the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust. Thanks for the opportunity to testify today, neither for nor against 347. Just a bit of background, as folks may recall, Efficiency Maine's been actively working to facilitate Maine's access to cleaner, more affordable transportation through a transition to EVs. And we're proud to have contributed to Maine's recent ranking as the 9th best state in the US for initiatives to support EVs.
Did you freeze up, Michael, or are you done?
I think, Michael, you might want to turn your video off, see if that helps.
It booted him from the room.
I think we lost him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was frozen solid.
Ben, what do you want to do? Try to get him on the phone, or we could allow him just time to testify at the
No,
work?
he's back.
Oh, he's back?
Yeah. Oh.
Great.
Not sure what happened there. Just to recap, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we can. Thank you, Michael.
Thanks. I'll gather myself together here. So as you are aware, we have been busy trying to incentivize getting EV chargers distributed around Maine. And so the first phase of that involved putting high-speed chargers at the Turnpike plazas in Kennebunk and northbound and southbound, and at the West Gardner Plaza. Also at several Hannaford supermarket locations in Wyndham, Farmington, and Skowhegan. I heard Ms. Ely mentioning her concern about geographic distribution. I think when we say that two 50 kW fast chargers are in Jackman, Maine, en route to Quebec City, we can all acknowledge that there's some geographic diversity happening there, and that's a good thing. We also just released an RFP to put another $2 million in incentives on the street to bring in more DC fast chargers in central and eastern Maine, heading over to from Waterville to Bangor to Ellsworth and up Route 1 between, well, from Brunswick up to Ellsworth as well. So when we complete those projects, which I hope happens by the end of this year, we will have a very nice foundation of DC fast chargers on top of the 100 or so plugs that are already installed in Maine for fast chargers. And as was also mentioned, we have been, the Public Utilities Commission mentioned that we had been doing work on these mid-speed chargers, these level 2 chargers, and we're happy that more than 128 chargers have been awarded from as diverse a range of areas as the Northern Maine Medical Center in Fort Kent to Auburn to Husson University to Unum. So they really are going in all over, and it's great to see. Specifically on this bill, we are really looking forward to further discussions at the commission about rate design. And I think it's a great idea. And I appreciate Representative Grochowski bringing this bill forward so that we can have that conversation. I got to say that there were elements of how the bill was drafted that just caused questions for me. I just didn't understand what it was trying to accomplish. And so I think some clarity would be helpful, maybe at work session. I don't know what an incentive rate is intended to be. Is it just rate? Do you mean rate design that more fairly and accurately reflects T&D system cost impacts from EV chargers? Or do you actually mean to promote them, like to subsidize them by presumably spreading some costs to, or defraying some costs and having that picked up by other ratepayers? Similarly, Representative Grochowski talked mostly about DC fast chargers, which experience the most impact from demand charges. But the bill doesn't, I can't see how it's limiting to that. It seems to be covering any kind of charger. And similarly, I can't tell if we're talking about, as ChargePoint mentioned, the corridor chargers where people are on the move, they're passing through, they need to go quickly. They don't get to choose what time of day they charge. They need a charge now. And they're the ones that's probably not going to benefit very much from time of use changes because that's just not an option for them. Whereas anyone who has it at their home or their business or their fleet, they do have some flexibility on when they could charge. So some clarity on whether all of these things are intended to be looked at or just some of them would be helpful. I will say if the intent is to provide incentives to favor the development of more beyond just getting more fairness in the rate design, it is unclear to Efficiency Maine why such an incentive is most appropriately paid by electricity ratepayers. If all the NECEC settlement funds that have been agreed to come to fruition, I'm confident that Efficiency Maine will be very busy providing incentives for the installation of level 2 and level 3 chargers for the next several years. And it will be more than sufficient to meet the load of the number of vehicles that are currently on the road and even the number that we aspire to have by 2025. Similarly, with the level 3 chargers, it's absolutely appropriate for the commission to be reviewing these rates to understand if they currently accurately reflect the principles of cost causation. And if they don't, we should fix that. But I do want to point out that any costs that EV chargers cause on the system that are not covered through the rates paid by their operators, but instead are picked up by other ratepayers, we're concerned about that. Given the critical objectives of promoting increased purchase and use of low-cost heat pumps, heat pump water heaters, and electric vehicles, the trust believes it is essential that Maine keeps electricity rates low and competitive. It is not clear to us that there might not be other funds that could be used to accomplish that same objective, and the appropriateness of incentivizing EV chargers through electricity rates should be weighed against the prospects for alternative sources of funding. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, oh, good. Thank you. Any questions for Michael? Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stoddard, for your testimony. I'm wondering if before the work session, you could provide possibly a spreadsheet or a list of the installations that have been made with Efficiency Maine Trust help, what the cost of those were, their locations, what the cost to ratepayers may have been, if any, and also what the expected method of payment, if you will be for each of those. I don't know if they were all one type or different types, but thank you.
Can I just clarify, Representative Foster, method of payment, do you mean the method, like does the customer use a credit card if they want to charge up, or do you mean what source of funding did we use to promote them?
Well, on that spreadsheet, you can include both, but what I was referring to was, are they free or are they paid for by a credit card, or are they part of, say, were you involved with, say, at Walmart, where they're allowing people to charge for free, but obviously the installation cost was still there? Thank you.
Yes, happy to do that.
Other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ben, am I correct that we're not going to have either Mr. Wood or Mr. Hudson testify? Is that correct?
I've not heard back from Mr. Wood, and yes, Mr. Hudson said that if Mr. Miller was able to testify, he was all good.
Okay. And we don't have anybody else in the queue. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So I'll close this public hearing on LD.
Hold on. Did we get to Melissa Winnie? Did we call on her? Or is she not on the list?
Not on the list. Is
Okay.
she waiting there?
I will double check the online thing. Hold on one second. Bear with me. I just see a hand raised from the room, so I want to make sure I didn't miss anything here. Yep, that might have been late. That is my fault. Here she comes.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now hear from Melissa Winnie of the Governor's Energy Office. Melissa?
Yes, great. Thank you. Hello again, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, members of the committee. Again, I am Melissa Winnie, Energy Policy Analyst with the Governor's Energy Office. And we are testifying today neither for nor against LD 347. Over half of Maine's carbon dioxide emissions do come from the transportation sector. So in order to meet our climate and greenhouse gas reduction targets, we'll need to utilize lower or zero carbon fuel sources, including beneficial electrification. And the transition to electric vehicles will have significant impacts on the electric grid and the need for demand management strategies. As others have noted, the Climate Council's Climate Action Plan outlines and highlights the importance of promoting and advancing electric vehicles to reduce the emissions in the transportation sector. The Climate Council also acknowledges that the challenges in pursuing beneficial electrification and did recommend further analysis and stakeholder engagement to determine the best path forward for Maine. And so I wanted to make sure today that the committee was aware that the Governor's Energy Office and the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future, in coordination with Efficiency Maine Trust, the Maine Department of Environmental Protection, and the Maine Department of Transportation, will be leading a clean transportation roadmap planning process. The state will engage a consultant to assist with the process, and it will include opportunities for stakeholder participation with the goal of completing a clean transportation roadmap by the end of 2021. The charge from the Climate Council is to establish this statewide roadmap to identify necessary policies, programs, and regulatory changes needed to meet the state's EV and transportation emission reduction goals. And that includes strategic planning, incentive programs, charging infrastructure, consumer engagement, as well as just transition and equity considerations. LD 347 proposes an avenue to address a component of this shift to electrification of vehicles and encouraging efficient and effective timing for charging electric vehicles in a way that avoids peak demand times on the grid could have a number of benefits, both for those who are charging vehicles as well as other ratepayers on the system. However, the Governor's Energy Office would like to work with the sponsor and other stakeholders to ensure this is the best next step to encourage EVs and efficient time of use charging. Following Michael Stoddard, we had some questions around what charging infrastructure this would apply to, the language of incentive rate. We had some questions around how this would ensure reasonable costs and how those costs would be allocated. And so there were just a few questions around the legislation generally, and I wanted to make sure that you were aware of this other clean transportation planning process. And just to highlight, we're really appreciative of the support for EVs and the interest in designing EV charging policies. And we look forward to working with the committee on this and other issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. Are there any questions for Melissa? Seeing none, thank you very much. Ben, am I clear to close the hearing?
Now I'm scared to say, but I think so.
Okay, thank you. This will close the hearing on LD 347, and I thank you all for your patience. So we're now going to go into work session, and I just ask Nate and Seth if you perhaps could try to scare up one more House member. Unfortunately, Senator Vitelli is in Ledge Council, and Senator Stewart is driving south for the confirmation session this afternoon. So if we can scare up one more House member, that would be great.
I will do my best.
We have
we
seven.
do have seven.
Yeah.
I don't believe Representative Kudlow is here. Carlo, excuse me.
Representative Carlo is here. Actually, I think he can join
there
us.
he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Representative Carlo. I'm continuing to do Representative Kudlow and Representative Cardy as the two new legislators.
Perhaps I should put my surname in all capitals to make it easier for you.
Just the car part.
Great. We're back on. So I'll now entertain a motion that we move into work session. So I'll recognize Representative Berry for the purposes of making that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee go into work session on LD 314.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, just physically raise your hands. Great. Okay, we are now into work session on LD 314, an act to continue the green power electricity offer. And so for the purposes of starting debate, I'll entertain a motion and I'll recognize Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on LD 314, also known as the PI Bill 314.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Who is that?
That was Representative Cuddy.
Cuddy? Okay. You sure it wasn't Representative Cardy?
Cardi B was the one that
Okay. Moved by Representative Grochowski, ought to pass. Seconded by Representative Cuddy. Debate or discussion? Representative Foster. We still have to unmute ourselves.
I'm sorry, I had the wrong mouse. Yes, I believe I see that the PUC is represented here at this work session. And if so, I would like to get an answer, if I could, as to how many customers have taken advantage of this opportunity. And the second question, or part of my question, would be what effect it's had on other ratepayers. My belief is that because some ratepayers are willing or wish to take part in this, it may save other ratepayers on their bills. So that would be my two-part question. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Foster, and that's good. I'll just go over with members of the committee. We're in work session. This is kind of the first time we've done it in this fashion. So if you click on participants at the bottom of your screen, you will see panelists and attendees show up. So if you click on the attendees, you will see who's available for you to direct a question to. If you have somebody who's not on there that you want to direct a question to, then I'd ask you to just let me know. Either you can do it on air or send me a text message or send Ben a text message, and we'll try to get them into the attendees list. So the question was directed to Garrett Corbin. So I'll recognize Mr. Corbin for the purposes of answering those questions.
So much. Okay, I know I'm unmuted. You can hear me, but you can't see me. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, I'll continue like this, and then I'm going to potentially call on my colleague Chris Cook for backup if Ben sees her in the Zoom as well. On your first question, Representative Foster, I was thinking that information was in our testimony, but now that I'm looking at it again, I know that we noted the program grew by 7% last year, but I don't have that figure offhand, and I'm sorry if you would ask me to get it. I'll see if my colleague Chris knows just how many. I think your question was how many Mainers are electing to participate in the program. And then the second question was whether, geez, I'm going to blank, whether there's an impact on the other ratepayers. And and I'm pretty certain, and again, I'll defer to my colleague Chris if I'm mistaken, but this should not, I'd like to say that it has a benefit for the ratepayers who do not elect to participate, but I think that anyone who chooses to participate in this program does so. The recs go above and beyond what's in the standard offer. So I think that it would have no net effect either way. Would not be an added cost to ratepayers not in the program, but would not necessarily save them either. And now seeing Chris online, I will see if she can correct any misstatements I may have made.
Great, thank you, Garrett. And so I'll recognize Christine Cook from the Maine PUC for the purposes of assisting Mr. Corbin in answering those questions.
Thank you. As of year end 2020, in both the Versant Power and the CMP service territories, there were slightly under 4,500 participants in the program. Some of the participants can participate at half a block or a full block or multiple blocks, but there were just under 4,500 participants supporting about 31,000 megawatt hours of renewable energy. That's an estimate for 2020. So to the second question, there is no impact, positive or negative, on any other ratepayer other than the ratepayer that chooses to participate in the program. They pay an additional amount on their bill, and those funds are turned over to the manager of the program, who uses it for the administration of the program, all of the education and outreach, as well as the actual rec procurement. I think what Garrett might have been referring to is that, to the extent that there is already renewable energy as a result of the RPS requirement, if a ratepayer chooses to participate in the program, they could be seen as double greening megawatt their usage, which is exactly why the program is structured as a block program, so that they are not matching their usage kilowatt hour by kilowatt hour. They are actually purchasing the RECs associated with 1 megawatt hour of renewable energy that's located in Maine. So they're not double greening in any way. And there's no cost associated with the program that's passed on to any other ratepayer other than the ones that participate in the program.
That's a great new term to add to our vocabulary, double greening.
Double greening.
Representative Foster, follow up?
Yes, if I may, Mr. Chair, thank you. So if I understand this correctly, through past legislation, which brought about net metering, did away with gross metering, ratepayers end up paying more because of that. But yet, even though there are those 4,500, I believe, 100 participants who are willing to pay more for their green energy opportunity, that does not offset any of the other ratepayers' costs. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. Thank you.
It does not. It is totally separate from any transmission or distribution charges that all ratepayers pay for. So it is totally outside of the effect of a net metering sort of arrangement.
Great. I see Representative Barry with his hand up.
Thank you. So, and this may be what Representative Foster was kind of getting at as well, but just to sort of make sure I'm understanding, if, for example, we were not to pass this bill and were to, essentially require that those 4,500 people who currently participate go back onto the standard offer, and I assume that's what would happen, then they would be faced with a choice. Do they just stay with the standard offer? Do they go to another competitive supplier? Or perhaps because they clearly are interested in renewables, do they take advantage of one of the new community solar offerings? So, you know, a 15% reduced rate for a net energy billing arrangement, which would then, and I think we're going to have this discussion soon, you know, get into, you know, who's paying for what, and, you know, are they causing a cost shift to other ratepayers, right? So right now they're paying more for their renewables. And if we end this program as of April 1st by not passing this bill, those 4,500 people would be potentially looking for something different and potentially engaging, I would think, with those other programs that the PUC has cautioned us might have a cost. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And there's actually, Representative Berry, a lot in your question. So if I could just take a moment. If the bill is not passed and the program is terminated as of April 1st, all of the participants will be terminated from the program. And they have selected the program because of a couple things, I believe. One is the ease with which they can support renewable energy. It's it is simply a line item on their bill, and the utilities collect the funds and remit them to the manager of the program, who does all of the administration. The other perhaps advantage that has been spoken about for a number of years is the oversight that the PUC provides. There is an annual reporting and verification that is required in order to, we go into the NEPOOL system and we verify that each and every one of those megawatt hours that somebody has chosen to support is actually represented by a renewable energy credit that's retired in the NEPOOL generator information system, which is the tracking system for renewable energy in New England. So there's a verification, and that is something that people are struggling to understand. Some of the other programs, not that they're good or bad or anything, but they are sometimes a little more complicated. This is simple and straightforward and comes with the advantage of having the commission actually be the one that verifies that the renewable energy that somebody is paying for it has actually been produced, reflected in the NEPOOL GIS system, and those recs have been retired in the system.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, further debate or discussion? Representative Berry?
So I guess just for the committee's purposes, I just want to make sure that we're clear on the timing here. The motion that's before us would be to pass this bill as an emergency enactor, as our Senate chair, reminded us on Tuesday, I believe it was. An emergency enactor means that once it's been passed through the legislature, the House and the Senate, and signed by the governor, it takes effect immediately. So it looks as if we will be going into session on March 11th and 12th. It is possible, if we vote this out today, that it could take effect before April 1st, if it is enacted as an emergency. If it is not enacted as an emergency, then the program will end, and those 4,500 participants in the green standard offer that the PUC oversees will need to go back to the standard offer or the competitive supply market or net energy billing. That is the choice that the committee is about to make. So, I just want to make sure we're clear on, what it means. Obviously the PUC can help us think through the implications if we don't pass it, what exactly they're going to say to those 4,500 people. But I think that's just what I want to be clear about is sort of the choice before us and the importance of timing with this program.
Any other debate or discussion? Representative Foster and then Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess just to be clear on my cloudiness on this issue, I'm quite certain that I voted in favor of this during the 129th, and I believe had I signed up for this program, but certainly as I voted for it, I was under the impression that it was a way for those who are zealously supporting green energy to pay a little bit more on their electric bill, and that that would help promote more green energy as well as reduce the burden we had placed on other ratepayers, especially low-income ratepayers in my area. From what I'm hearing now, that is not the case, and besides that, I'm kind of reluctant to support a program which is an incentive for more green energy when most recently and through the past summer being on the Energy Storage Commission, I've learned more about where the state's headed, and I'm very concerned that we don't have a detailed plan on how we're going to get there. We have a plan, but the roadmap between here and the goal is very unclear, and so I'm afraid that this time around I probably am not in support of this measure. Thank you.
Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that oftentimes we go through sort of the bill analysis at the beginning of the work session, and I don't think we did that. So I just wanted to draw members' attention to that Deirdre did send us that earlier today. And the point that I want to make is that we had just an amazing showing of proponents for this bill who believe that consumers should have the choice to spend more money to get the power that they want, if they want to, at the detriment of no one else. It's sort of I think it's a great sort of free market system in a way. If they want to spend extra to support clean energy produced here in Maine or clean energy jobs, they should have the right to do so. And if someone else doesn't want to spend extra, they don't have to spend extra. I think this program actually is doing a lot of good work to prevent any of the cost shifts that I know members of this committee are concerned about. And I wanted to point out that the public advocate, whose job it is 100% of the time to think about low-income ratepayers, is in support of this bill. So I think if there's further questions, I don't have questions about the fact this bill has no negative impacts on people who don't participate. But if there are further questions, I would encourage my colleagues to ask the public advocate why he would support such a bill if there were going to be negative impacts on others. So I just hope we can come to an agreement here that this is a great opportunity for people to just spend their dollars how they want to, and we shouldn't stand in the way of them doing that.
Thank you, Representative Grochowski. And it was negligence on my part, this being the first time we've really done this, not to go to Deirdre first. So if there's anybody on the committee who wants Deirdre to do her analysis, just speak up and we can have her do it. Or forever hold your peace. Other debate or discussion? Is the committee ready for a vote? Looks like it. Ben, I'll ask you to call the roll.
Okay, Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence votes yay. Representative Berry.
Yes.
Representative Berry votes yay. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy votes yay. Representative Grochowski.
Yes.
Representative Grochowski votes yay. Representative Wadsworth.
No.
Ought not to pass? Okay.
Correct.
Representative Foster.
No.
Okay, and Representative Carlo.
Yes.
Representative Carlo votes yay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Five
5 in favor
favor.
of the motion and 2 against, and the minority report is a straight ought not to pass, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So the motion prevails. And Ben, can you just remind us for, I realize they're not on, but for the process of members who are not on, what is their process for recording their votes and the time frame?
Yeah, and Deirdre can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was agreed upon in this session that it's the normal 2 business days from the vote. And I believe they can contact legislative information. I don't believe they have to go through the presiding officers. I think you can just call legislative information and record your vote within the 2 business days from when the vote was taken. So by Friday, so by Monday at 2 o'clock or 2:10.
I think it's noon.
By noon?
I think so. I'm pretty sure it's noon.
Okay.
And I'm not 100% sure on the if they have to record it through the speaker or the Senate president, or if they can do that through LIO. I have to double check on that.
Yeah, I'll give it to the chairs, and the Republican leads. The legislative information number is 287-1692. 1692, and they can steer you up to the POs if that's, you know, procedurally what has to happen first.
I will take care of letting Senator Stewart and Senator Vitelli know. If Nate and Seth, you could let the members of your caucus know. I think you only have one person missing, Nate. If you could let Chad know, and then Seth, you could let the others know, that would be great.
Will do. Thank you.
Just for, you know, they can't give me a call, you know, a half an hour later and say, oh, you know, I just missed the vote. It has to be through the offices, just for clarity's sake.
Okay. Good.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative
Senator Lawrence, I was wondering if maybe Ben or Deirdre could tell us how we can confirm that our vote was recorded. Used to be we could just walk up to the clerk and say, hey, did I get my vote in on that one? And so is there somehow we can do that? Thank you.
So it has to be.
Is it confirmation of the vote we just took, the 5-2?
No, if you're absent and you call in to record your vote, how do you confirm that it was registered?
It has to be via email, I believe. You have to email legislative information and say, I believe.
I'm not sure about that.
Will they send you a confirmation that your vote has been recorded?
I believe so. I can confirm that in 30 seconds if we want to hang out for a minute.
That'd be great. So
Okay.
Confirm the confirmation. I think that's what Representative Foster is asking, and it's a very good question. If we send in an email, how do we know that it's been received and recorded in time? Representative Carlo, did you have some information?
I have a question, if I
Okay.
can. Clarifying question about the emergency enactor. Does that make it more difficult to pass on the floor? Does it increase the threshold for the votes required?
Yes.
Okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Seth, it's 2/3 of those elected, correct? It's not present and voting. So
That's right.
in
We
the
need
House,
101 in the House.
101 in the House and 24 in the Senate are required to have it go into effect immediately. And if that doesn't happen, there is the option of stripping off the emergency, but it still then would not go into effect until 90 days after we adjourn, sign or die. And that would not assist this program because it would be essentially dead at that point.
Very well, thank you.
Yep. Those are important numbers. I always tell people everything I learned about the legislature, I learned on Sesame Street, and that was be kind to your neighbor and know how to count. So the important numbers are 101 and 24 for things that require 2/3 of the elected. But there are certain things that require 2/3 of those present, and one of them is bond issues. So bond issues only require 2/3 of those present. And I believe the same is true of a veto override. It only requires 2/3 of those present. But this is the one situation that requires 2/3 of the elected.
While
See
Ben
Ben
gets,
working diligently. Ben?
So it is like the previous times, you do have to go through the presiding officers, but they will send the email to legislative information, and then that email will get stapled to the vote sheet at the end of this whole process. So that will be your confirmation if you ever wanted to call me or legislative information to make sure that your vote made it to LIO. We'd be more than happy to do that. But once you record your vote with the presiding officer, then they will take the reins from there, make sure legislative information records the vote, and then that will all be documented at the end of the day.
So I assume getting it in by noon then, Ben, would be getting to the presiding officer and having it recorded. If they then take an hour or so to get it to LIO, our votes aren't going to be disqualified.
If you make the call to the presiding officer before noon in the 2 business days, yes, you're good. You're all set.
Okay. Is that correct, Deirdre?
yeah, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, but my understanding is that you could also notify your presiding officer by email. So if you contact your presiding officer via email or phone by noon on the 2nd business day, then your vote would count. That's the cutoff time. Whether or not the presiding officer gets that to LIO right away is irrelevant to that process.
I think to Representative Foster's point is doing it by email. You never know when the person on the other end reads the email. So
but we will have a record, and if for some reason it's not recorded, we could always reconsider. But if you have the record on your end that you sent the email at 11:30 on Monday morning, you know, I don't foresee any issue there.
Okay. So Representative Wood, we just had our first committee vote. Hello. And you need to go through the process of notifying the presiding officer of your vote. And that's what we were just discussing.
So
Any
for
other
the
thing we
members, why don't I just give, do you have the number for the speaker's office, Representative Wood? Okay, so
287-1300.
there you go. Called it a couple of times, Representative Berry?
I have.
Any other discussion? Anything else to go forward before we end this work session? Seeing none, everybody be safe. And we will see you, I believe it's Tuesday at 9. Is that correct, Deirdre?
Yes.
Okay.